Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to the full journey of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. If you're new to the channel and you've never seen a full journey before, it's basically where I take the individual Let's Play episodes, combine them into one video, and that's the purpose of it. So this is about 5 hours, 20 minutes long, so without further ado, let's get into this.
Cortana, all I need to know is, did we lose them?
I think we both know the answer to that.
We made a blind jump. How did they...
Get here first? The Covenant ships have always been faster. As for tracking us all the way from Reach, at light speed my maneuvering options were limited.
We were running dark, yes?
Until we decelerated, no one could have missed the hole we tore in subspace. They were waiting for us on the far side of the planet.
So, where do we stand?
Our fighters are mopping up the last of their recon picket now, nothing serious. But I've isolated approach signatures for multiple CCS-class battle groups. Make it 3 capital ships per group. And in about 90 seconds, they'll be all over us.
Well, that's it then. Bring the ship back up to Combat Alert Alpha. I want everyone at their station.
Everyone, sir?
Everyone. And Cortana. Let's give our old friends a warm welcome.
I've already begun.
Attention, all combat personnel. Please report to your action stations. Fifth platoon, secure airlocks on deck 11. 14th platoon, rendezvous with 22nd Tactical at Bulkhead Charlie 14.
You heard the lady. Move like you got a purpose.
This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill.
Once again, it is our job to finish what the flyboys started. We are leaving this ship platoon and engaging the Covenant on solid ground. When we meet the enemy, we will rip their skulls from their spines and toss them away, laughing. Am I right, Marines? Sir, yes, sir! Damn right I am. Now move it out! Double time!
Attention all personnel. We are re-engaging the enemy. External and internal contact imminent.
All you greenhorns who wanted to see Covenant up close, this is gonna be your lucky day.
Sir? Right. Let's thaw him out. Okay. Bringing low-level systems online. Cracking the case in 30 seconds. He's hot! Blowing the pins in 5!
Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod, and this is part 1 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, and it's being played via the Master Chief Collection, obviously, as the Halo Reach, quote-unquote, remaster was. So this, I may sound a little bit different. That's because I am now using a Blue Yeti microphone. And the reason I'm using a Blue Yeti microphone is because as I mentioned in the Halo Reach playthrough, there was a lot of upgrades and stuff as I got my room redecorated. Now I am still unfortunately having to wait on the Elgato 4K 60. Not that it will matter because you guys won't be seeing this game in 4K 60 unfortunately. Because I only have a base model. I mean, if I get a what's it called? If I get a Xbox Series X, you'll see it in 4K, but that is unlikely at the moment, considering the money that I've just spent. But yeah, there's a bunch of PS5 stuff you'll have already seen that's in 4K 60, and it'll also hopefully have been in HDR, because I have a nice HDR monitor in front of me now as my primary monitor. My old 4K monitor that didn't have a HDR is just now being relegated to secondary. But yeah, we're going through the tutorial section here. I mean, I kind of wish that it didn't have to go through this, because I know what to do. You just got to aim at the flashing lights, like that. There we go. And then it'll be like, oh, do you want to do it inverted? Which I've never understood why people play it inverted. It doesn't make any sense to me. It just breaks my brain. It's really annoying when a game sets the camera inverted first as well. That really annoys me. But hey, if you want to play inverted, play inverted. I mean, we're all different, right? But yeah, it just breaks my brain. Like, why would you want to go right to go left? This isn't Cars. But yeah, we don't need to change any of the settings, because... And obviously, I'm doing the commentary after the fact. Yeah, we don't need to edit any of the settings, because I have them perfectly as I want, which is basically the recon from Halo 3, because that's always been the controls that I got. Because my first Halo that I ever played was Halo 3. And technically also ODST, because I got that roughly about the same time. Recon has basically been my Halo control scheme. And Reach actually didn't use Recon as its first control scheme, but I ended up changing to it pretty early on, because I did not like the default Reach control scheme. I mean, obviously, between the controls, obviously a lot of things are very similar. Obviously, you have, like, trigger to shoot, the right trigger to shoot, I think is the same on all of them. It makes complete sense. But, actually, now I think when I played the original Halo 1 and 2 on the 360 backwards compatible, was it actually like, I'm pretty sure it was a Recon like control scheme that they mapped to it. Because the issue is that on the original Xbox controller there was no bumpers, but there was a black and white button. So they swapped the black and white button to the bumpers because it makes sense to do that. It's very weird if you think about it. Like, the original Xbox controller has no bumper buttons, which, I mean, the PS2, I mean, hell, the PS1 controller had the bumpers, so that doesn't quite make sense to me why it never did. But yeah, it didn't. I couldn't remember how to crouch. And I forgot how long you have on this section without a gun. Like, literally, you're just running throughout the ship with no gun for, like, the next minute or so. I mean, I'm sure people will speed run it quicker than that. I mean, look, we're dealing with this elite that we can't even shoot because we've gone this way. Now, maybe I'm going the wrong way. I don't know. I can't particularly tell. I mean, that elite got stuck there. I mean, saying no weapon. Literally trying to run to keys to get the thing, and I can't. And by the way, if you want to, I will talk about my the room redecorating in the next episode, because I did mention that I would do it in the bit there's, you know, in the Reach playthrough. I said that. Right, well, I'm trying to follow you. You haven't ran away. There we go, thank you. I mean, I love how we have to find him to follow. Why couldn't we just go straight to the bridge? I don't know. But yeah. And we're going to get a cutscene once we go through this door. And there's also supposedly a terminal here, which I wasn't collecting the terminals. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 1 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. And I'll see you for the next one. Hurrah.
Captain Keyes.
Good to see you, Master Chief. Things aren't going well. Cortana did her best, but we never really had a chance.
A dozen Covenant superior battleships against a single Halcyon-class cruiser. With those odds, I'm content with 3, make that 4 kills. Sleep well?
No thanks to your driving, yes.
So you did miss me.
Report!
It must have been one of their boarding parties. I'd guess an antimatter charge.
Ma'am, fire control for the main cannon is offline!
Captain, the cannon was my last offensive option.
All right, then. I'm initiating Cold Protocol Article 2. We're abandoning the auto. That means you too, Cortana.
While you do what? Go down with the ship?
In a manner of speaking. The object we found, I'm gonna try and land the Autumn on it.
With all due respect, sir, this war has enough dead heroes.
I appreciate your concern, Cortana, but it's not up to me. The protocol is clear. Destruction or capture of a shipboard AI is absolutely unacceptable, and that means you're leaving ship. Lock in a selection of emergency landing zones, upload them to my neural lace, and then sort yourself for a heart transfer.
Aye, aye, sir.
Which is where you come in, Chief. Get Cortana off this ship. Keep her safe from the enemy. If they capture her, they'll learn everything. Force deployment, weapons research, Earth.
I understand.
The Autumn will continue evasive maneuvers until you initiate a landing sequence. Not that you'll listen, but I'd suggest letting my subroutines handle the final approach.
Excellent work, Cortana. Thank you. Are you ready?
Yank me.
Good luck, Master Chief.
Your architecture isn't much different from the Autumn's.
Don't get any funny ideas.
I don't keep it loaded, son. You'll have to find ammo as you go.
Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. This is part 2 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, being played via the Master Chief Collection. And that's what the game originally looks like. You can switch between the two if you've never played this before. I believe you can do that in Halo 2 Anniversary as well. Not so sure about Halo 3. Well, you definitely couldn't do it in Reach. I mean, this is the thing. This game came out like obviously the original game came out in 2001. The original version of Anniversary came out in 2011, and then the Master Chief Collection came out in 2014, and the big selling point of that was that it was the Halo 2 Anniversary. Now, I don't know if they essentially made a Halo 3 Anniversary update. I doubt it. But, you know, even if that... I mean, Reach was running at 1080p 60 on the Xbox One, and it looked much better than it did on the 360. I mean, I did that original comparison during that Let's Play. And here again, this is what the original version of the game looked like on the original Xbox, apart from the fact that on the original Xbox, it did not look... It was not widescreen. And I don't even think it would have looked obviously as good as that, because that's doing the original graphics upscaled at, I assume, well, it would be 1080p 60, that's what this is being recorded at. So, effectively, this is like... It's upscaling the original graphics. So you're not getting the... it did actually freeze here, which was a bit weird. I guess it was loading in the next bit of the level, but I don't know why like it would freeze on the Xbox One. On the original Xbox, I could kind of understand why it would freeze. I mean, this probably would have been vaguely... I mean, I know it was a launch title, but I guess this would have been vaguely demanding on the original Xbox. This really shouldn't be demanding on an Xbox One. But it did freeze. But I did also say, I mean, this is a little bit different than when I recorded Reach, because with Reach, I recorded the entire game in one go. I intended to do this with this game, you know, play through the entire campaign in one go, just record all the footage and then edit it later. But I have not done that. I've only recorded this so far, obviously. The reason being is that just when I was... Well, as you guys know, I was getting my room redecorated. And also I bought some new stuff. I've mentioned this. I got a new monitor, got this new Blue Yeti microphone that I'm using, got a Stream Deck. I am waiting on my Elgato 4K 60 to arrive. Also got a Logitech Stream Cam now and a Logitech light that goes with the Stream Cam, so I can do live streams and stuff. I mean, I'm sure you guys all already know this because you'll be seeing this. I mean, I'm recording this in like May 2023. You guys are going to be seeing this, I don't know, 2024 or maybe even possibly later than that. You'll know that I've been doing live streams and stuff. But I just really thought I'd tell you all this information, but basically, my point was that while the room was getting redecorated, because it needed to get painted. I've mentioned this in the Halo Reach playthrough, but yeah, it needed to get, well, it got replastered, so I couldn't do anything in the room after it. Like, basically, what had happened was that what? I'm trying to remember what the thing was now. Oh yeah, the electrician came and put some new plugs in. I could be in the room after that, obviously, because it was just that. Once the room got replastered, or just before the room got replastered, I had to move everything into a different room. And unfortunately, where that room was, basically I couldn't record and do commentary at the same time. It was like the position I would have been in. It would have been really uncomfortable, especially with the old microphone, the blue snowball that I used to use. So I just recorded a whole bunch of stuff and then rendered it. And I was like, well, I'm going to play through Halo Combat Evolved, because while that's, while that's happening, because I don't need to do the live commentary on that. But yeah, so basically what's happened since then is the room got replastered, it got painted. There's a whole bunch of new furniture, including a desk and all that in here now, and obviously there's all this new equipment. So yeah, but the thing is, I was kind of busy also. Like, I would have recorded more of this, but I guess I wanted to just re-rent, like, the original, the old videos that are on the Insane Gamers channel. Obviously I wanted to re-upload those, like the original Halo Reach Let's Play, for example. I wanted to redo, like, obviously I did the remastered version of Reach, as I called it, but also I wanted to upload the original Let's Play, but those were kind of rendered at 720p, and YouTube does not particularly like giving 720p videos good quality bit rates anymore. So I basically I've been re-rendering them at 1080p 60. A lot of the old videos. Now, once we get to certain things, they were already recorded at 1080p 60 anyway, and they could just literally just be straight re-uploaded. But my point basically was that stuff like the original Halo Reach Let's Play was not that. So I was going through and re-rendering those as well, because that takes time to do. And if I can't record, I may as well do that. So that's why I didn't record any more Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary after this. Although, obviously, we will be getting more parts of it. I'm not only going to do the first level of the game. Duh. But, yeah. I got kind of confused on where we were meant to be going here. And then I realised that you could turn around that corner. Now, what's something interesting that I realised as I was playing this, as I was playing through this level, was that Cortana doesn't really speak to you much during this game. Or at least on this level. I don't know if it will happen later on as we get more comfortable. But now that I think about it, like, obviously in Halo Reach, there was no AI in your head. So that obviously that makes sense, but like in this, like obviously the spoilers if you've never I mean, it's a prequel, so is it really spoilers? But obviously at the end of Halo Reach, you give Cortana to the Pillar of Autumn, which is what happened here, and then that's when keys give her to us at the end of at the end of part 1 there. But yeah, she doesn't. I mean, she's talking to us here, but she doesn't really, like. It feels like in the newer Halos, she talks to you a hell of a lot more. And I know in like Halo Infinite, she's called the Weapon, because it's not Cortana, but you know what I mean? It's like she seems to speak to you like just constantly talking as if like, oh, there's, you know, people, we need to tell the story through the dialogue, but there's only Chief, so we can't really do this. Because I guess when Chief's stuck by himself, you know, Cortana has to speak a lot more to tell the story. Because obviously in this game you have other human characters. In Halo 2 you have other human characters. In Halo 3 you have, I guess, the Arbiter to be with you. There's less of that in like the more modern Halos. It just seems to really be you. I mean, obviously there are other Spartans that you meet up with and stuff, but it does seem to. I mean, in Halo Reach, you were meeting up with, you know, you had a whole team of Spartans. So that's how they could tell the story without having an AI. But yeah, that's what I mean. Really, is like that. There's less Cortana talking in this. At least at the start of the game. Maybe she gets more. I can't remember. It has been a very long time since I played the original Halo. I mean, the original Halo Combat Evolved Let's Play on the old Insane Gamers channel was before. It was basically. That was before this came out. Not before Anniversary came out, but before like the Master Chief Collection came out. Like, that's how long ago that Let's Play was. Like, the intention that I was going to do was that I was going to play through Halo 1, 2, 3, and 4, Reach and ODST, and this Halo 2 Anniversary, Halo 3, and then Halo 4 on the Xbox One before Halo 5 came out. Like, I really underestimated how long this was going to take, didn't I? Like, that was absolutely ridiculous. That was never going to happen. But I suppose in the original Let's Play, it kind of would have made sense, because I was doing the whole thing live, so the entire level, I was doing the commentary live, so there wouldn't have been so many parts where I split it up. I guess that kind of made a little bit more sense in my head when I started with Halo Combat Evolved. Because if you ever watch the first Let's Play, it is literally the entire level. Like, the first 2 levels. It's the entire thing. Deaths left in and everything. That's what made me do it. Like, I kept dying. I kind of embarrassing. I kept dying on the second level. And I was like, in really stupid situations. And I was like, you know, I'm just gonna... And as I was doing it, I was like, I can't edit the deaths out or anything. So, just like, well, I'm going to play it and do the commentary after the fact. And that's how I've always done first-person shooters since. It makes a lot more sense in my mind. I'm not particularly great at first-person shooters. I don't know if that's obvious. Obviously, the only ones I've really played on the channel are this and Doom. But there were a couple of first-person shooters I did when, not on this channel, but on the old Insane Gamers channel, when I did Games with Gold as a series, which was where I tested out all the games that were free on Games with Gold that month. And I played them, and there's a couple of first-person shooters there. Maybe at some point I'll do the Call of Duties as well. That I know someone's been requesting that. Maybe that'll be something I do in the future, I don't know. But I can tell we're getting right up to the end. I can see the cutscene is coming up. But I forgot where the bloody life boat is. I love how they're like, hurry up before the ship explodes. And yet I can't even find the bloody thing. Not down here, it's behind me. But yeah, I've been RobtheMod. Thank you very much for watching part 2 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. And hopefully I'll see you next time for more. Ta-ra.
Now would be a very good time to leave.
Punch it.
Aye, sir. We're disengaged, going for minimum safe distance.
We're gonna make it, aren't we, sir? I don't want to die out here.
Look! I knew it. The Autumn's accelerating. Keys is going in manual.
Heads up, everyone. This is it. We're entering the ring's atmosphere in 5.
You sure you wouldn't rather take a seat?
We'll be fine.
If I still had fingers, they'd be crossed.
We're coming in too fast. Damn! Air brake failure. They blew too early. I'm losing her. Brace for impact!
Chief? Chief, can you hear me? At last. Are you alright? Can you move?
Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod, and this is part 3 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, as played on the Master Chief Collection, as you should hopefully know. So yeah, this is the level Halo, which is a bit of a weird thing, obviously. I mean, they didn't know that, well, maybe they knew it was going to be a trilogy, maybe they planned it out, maybe that's what Bungie had done, I don't know, but I don't think they expected it to be as huge as the series actually ended up being. I think they probably expect... I mean, does anyone really expect that when they launch the first in a series of games? Like, they expect it to be, you know... They expect it to sell a decent number of copies, obviously, hopefully. I mean, you wouldn't be making a game, especially in this era, if you didn't... I mean, obviously with a lot of indie games and stuff, I don't even know where I'm going with this, but you know what I mean. Like with a lot of indie games these days on Steam and PC basically, you know, you can sort of develop it for fun and put it out there, and you know, maybe you don't expect it to actually do well, and you know, it's a bit of a shock. I mean, for example, the big one of course is Minecraft, isn't it? Or well, I was going to say Kerbal Space Program, but I don't actually know if that was an indie game. But yeah, Minecraft is obviously famously the huge one, because that was just really one guy at the start, and then it obviously became a huge thing. Now that Banshee actually went to attack me, and obviously they're shooting as well. There's another one. I actually tried to like steal it, but it unfortunately did not really work, as you saw, because it sort of it flew up, which was kind of annoying. But anyway, yeah, so back in these days, obviously, you wouldn't be having a huge game studio if you didn't expect the game to sell at least somewhat well. I mean, obviously, that didn't always work with games. I mean, there was a lot of flops, and a lot of studios went bankrupt, but still, like, you expected at least there to be a market for the game. You weren't just making it for fun, effectively, is what I'm saying. So I think Bungie and obviously Microsoft, they expected something. They expected it to do all right. I don't think they expected it to be like the huge console selling thing that it ended up being. Like essentially the mascot of the Xbox. I'm trying to think of what the other what were the other I'm gonna look this up. What were the other original Xbox launch games? I feel like there was one called like Blinks at Times or something like that. Original Xbox launch titles. Here we go. Let's look at what the original Xbox launch titles were, and while you're just watching this footage, we should come across or have we not come across him yet? I know Sergeant Johnson was here. I know we're about to come across him here. There he is. He's starting to talk to us right now. There we go. Obviously, if you're not aware of who Sergeant Johnson is, he's going to become very, very famous later on in the series. And that's why he was in the opening cutscene of the game. But yeah, so here we go. Here's the North American launch titles of the original Xbox. So tell me if you think that any of these really would have become... I mean, obviously we don't know what they are. I'm not going to put pictures or anything up, but here we go. Right. Anyway, so we've got 4x4 Evo 2. Starting off great there with the sequel. Air Force, Delta Storm, Arctic Thunder, Cell Damage, Dark Summit. I've played that on PS2. Dead or Alive 3, Fusion Frenzy, Halo Combat Evolved. Mad Dash Racing, Madden NFL 2002, NASCAR Heat 2002, NASCAR Thunder 2002. So you had 2 choices of NASCAR games there. NHL Hit 2002, Oddworld Munch's Odyssey. I think that was going to be the mascot, if they could, to be honest. I noticed that Blinks wasn't actually on here. Project Gotham Racing, that was also one that Microsoft was really pushing. I really want to do like the Project Gotham Racing games at some point. I really did enjoy the first 2 on the original Xbox back when I had one. Didn't play them that much, but I did enjoy what I played of them. So yeah, that's something I do want to do on the channel at some point. And then there was also Shrek, Test Drive Off-Road Wide Open, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 X, and Trans World Surf. Just trying to see if there was anything else that like, because they got like the Japanese launch was like several months later, and then the European launch was a bit after. Nothing really character based for the Japanese launch. I mean, it seems like there's Silent Hill 2, and there's a couple of Japanese games in there that I don't know if they're like character based. No, that's a JRPG. Okay. So that could have been a killer app in Japan, I don't know. I noticed that Halo Combat Evolved is not actually a Japanese launch title. Kind of interesting. I mean, obviously, I don't think Japan was really that much into first-person shooters. I still don't even think they are these days, but yeah. European launched, or the European launch, we got Amped Freestyle Snowboarding. Batman Vengeance, I suspect that would have been an interesting one. Batman game there. Blood Wake, Dave Mirror Freestyle BMX 2, Fusion Frenzy, Jet Set Radio Future. I'm obviously being European. I do remember them pushing Jet Set Radio Future. Rally Sport Challenge, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. Max Payne as well. But yeah, Halo was the like actual proper launch title that I think maybe they were really pushing Halo. I can't remember. I think they were probably pushing Halo after, you know, like in Europe, they were probably pushing Halo after it was a success in America. But I'm not sure. I can't really remember. I seem to remember like Jet Set Radio Future being like the big draw. Now, I hate this section here. Just going back to actual gameplay footage, just the actual amount of like enemies that spawn here is kind of ridiculous. Like the waves. I mean, I know we're supposed to be protecting the thing here, and I guess we're supposed to be like, I guess you can go up on top of that building and where the rest of the Marines are, but I didn't. I just stayed down here, and I was just able to kill everyone. And also, we're gonna get a cutscene in a little bit. Not well, I say it's a cutscene. Basically, if you remember, I mentioned the terminals, and I said I wasn't gonna go for the terminals really. Or at least I didn't go for the first one on the on Pillar of Autumn. Well, why I don't know why she like takes forever to land as well. She completely fly. I mean, maybe that was like a tech demo of like how cool the flying animations were or something. I don't know, but yeah, she took forever to land the thing here, and just to give me the Warthog as well. But yeah, I ended up getting the terminal on this level. So I'll show you where that is, and it plays a cutscene, which was kind of annoying. Yeah, there we go. That's what the Warthog looks like in the original version of the game, and also what the grass looks like and all that. I mean, this is the slightly annoying thing here. I shouldn't say this. Obviously, it looks really nice. I can't believe I immediately flipped the Warthog over as well. But yeah, it looks really nice. But my slight problem with this grass texture is obviously because the level was not designed to look like this. So I was sort of just going along. I mean, it's been a very long time since obviously I played the original Halo. And I was just sort of going along and just being like, where am I supposed to go? Because this texture probably would have been designed for like Reach. Originally, like this grass texture, and it works well in that game because obviously they design the maps and everything to look how it's supposed to go. But I kind of looked down there eventually here, and I was like, oh yeah, that's where I'm supposed to go. But just something about the grass made me think I had to go over and not down to the right. Maybe that's just modern Halo design level. Like, I don't know, but something about it on this just didn't make me think I had to go that way. Basically. We'll see how it goes on in the rest of the thing. To be honest, after I've played this, I haven't actually played the next level. I really need to get around to doing it. Now, you can actually skip there if you want, but here I'm going to show you where the terminal is. It's very easy to figure out where the terminal is. It's a big flashing white light. But yeah, cutscene. Enjoy.
I am experiencing such a mixture of anticipation and dread. All preparations are complete for my installation. In accordance with the final dictum of the Ecumene Council, I have released myself of all remaining connections to my former station. This was not difficult. What was could never be again. We had seen to that quite thoroughly. Prior to my final journey through the Great Portal, a gathering of my fellow monitors was convened upon the Lightworkers' Crèche to distribute the final index collection. It was most unusual to have this vessel of rebirth play host to such an event. Even though Lightworker ships were the only ones still allowed slipspace formations. Lightworkers were responsible for getting us to our places on the active facilities of the array. While all of this was in accordance with the plan, one entirely unsatisfactory breakdown remained. We had no contact with the domain. The history of all Forerunners was now lost to us. We relied upon the permanence of the domain to preserve our record of the events that led to this point. But without that record, would future civilizations know anything about us? Or only of our weapons? My fellow monitor, 049 Abject Testament, had only one comment on this before we went our separate ways.
We deserve to be forgotten.
Perhaps. Perhaps. But now, the portal opens, and through it, the familiar shape awaits. Halo. Home.
So apparently all these cutscenes like go into like story-wise of Halo 4. Not exactly sure how that is. I'm also massive pain actually trying to get back into the Warthog from where I parked it. Maybe I shouldn't have parked it where I did and driven it straight in. That was kind of stupid of me, but yeah. I suppose they put it there because you can just completely skip this section if you want. Just literally cut the corner and just go up that way. But you'd have to reverse anyway to get enough speed to get up the hill, so maybe they put the terminal there just to make sure it was obvious. Really? I don't know. Now there's a whole bunch of enemies here, and maybe I should have got out and started shooting some of them. In fact, I think I do at some point, but yeah. Or maybe I should have let a Marine get in the passenger seat and help me. I don't know, because it just takes forever to shoot all the enemies here. The other thing is that I kind of forgot where we have to go to, because we have to activate the bridge. And we have to activate a light bridge, and I kind of forgot where the activation thing was. Because this is the other thing in regards to, like, the remaster. Is that, basically, because they make everything look like modern Halos, or modern Halos at the time, I guess. Well, no, because it's still the sort of thing that, like, modern Halos has. So Cortana's like, oh, look for a control panel. Right? And there was me, like, seeing this, like, you know, that. The green light on the thing. And thinking that might have been the control panel. Like, in the original game, those weren't there. So it was obvious where you had to go. But I saw these things and I was like, maybe that's the control panel. I don't know. Like and then I was like, maybe it's this thing. I don't know. It's just that's just a light. Yeah, but you see, it's not even there in. I mean, those things are there in the actual old game, as you can see, but they're not as bright and colourful and all that as they were in the remastered version, and it just kind of in the anniversary version, and it just kind of was distracting, I guess. I just thought I had to go to them. There. Yeah, that was kind of annoying. And what was really annoying, actually, is that anyone that knows where you have to go here is going to be kicking me. They're going to be shouting in the screen, because I can see it up there. It was the green flashing light. And that's some steps that you can go through there. Unfortunately, I was at an angle where I couldn't actually see that it was steps. And I mean, it kind of helps, I guess, but I went back and I got the Warthog. And I was like, how do I get up here? Oh, I'm going to drive the Warthog and I'm going to try and jump up there. And I have to wait for this guy to get in, because he refused to get in the car. There we go. That's the other thing about the AI in this game, I guess, is that something they've fixed in modern Halos is just how slow the AI takes to get in the car sometimes. But yeah, I parked the Warthog here, and I tried to jump up, and it didn't work. And then I was like, well, I'm going to park sideways up against the thing, because maybe that'll help me jump up. And I kind of had to try and jump onto the gun, actually. Or on top of the Marine, maybe. To actually get... No, and then I fell, as you can see. Then there we go, I finally managed to get up. And then I get on here, and I heard this bloody elite that was over here shooting at me. That was just basically stuck on the stairs. That didn't attack me, and the Marine didn't attack, the Marine didn't attack him. And then I saw, and I was like, oh, stairs. So yeah, that was kind of really, really, really dumb. But yeah, that's the case. And then we're going to get a cutscene as soon as I activate this, by the way. But as I was doing it, I was like, I'm such an idiot. Yeah, how could I have been such an idiot to, like, sort of do all that? I'm like, that's going to be captured for all the I could have edited that out, to be fair. But I was like, no, I'm going to show my stupidity in the video, and hopefully, if you guys ever play this, if you've never played Halo Combat Evolved before, I honestly, if you've never played any of the Halo games before, I do recommend you play them. But, yeah, don't do that. Don't be an idiot like me. That's my little tip there.
New traffic on the Covenant battle network.
Basically, as soon as we get out of here, by the way, out of this tunnel, we the end of the it's not the end of the level, but it's the end of the this first part of the level. So yeah, I've been RobtheMod. Thank you very much for watching part 3 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. This has been the level Halo, and I will see you next time for more. Ta-ra. Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod, and this is part 4 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, part 2 of the level Halo, ironically. I believe there's actually a couple of levels called Halo in the series, which is kind of awkward to sort of, you know, deal with. You may have noticed a little edit there, that's because I unfortunately had to pause the game and do something. But yeah, this is a section where we have to render? I almost said... Well, I did say render. We have to rescue a bunch of... what am I saying? We're not rescuing elites. That will be really dumb because they're attacking us. No, we're rescuing Marines. How am I messing this up? This is basic Halo stuff, Rob. Why are you messing it up? Yeah, we have to rescue a bunch of Marines. Because the elites have like kidnapped them, or at least going to kill them, and the rest of the Covenant as well. But some of them are here. Well, they're jackals, to be fair, that we're shooting at. They're also a pain to get. I mean, that Marine was like really terrible at shooting them. Sorry. But then I parked the Warthog there and just wanted him to give me covering fire. Didn't really work, I don't think, but yeah. I completely ignored that door, even though I probably shouldn't have. I saw that, I was like, I'm just going to try and find this grunt or whatever, or this elite. Around here, there's a grunt. There we go. There's the elite. Took a number of bullets, but, you know, finally died. And then there's another grunt that's running, and I tried to catch you up, and that, well, there, I did actually manage to hit it in the back. But yeah, this was really dumb, because they're all underground, all the Marines. They hid underground from the elites. Jackals and grunts, but no, I didn't go there. I was like, well, I'm gonna kill everyone. That's what I thought I had to do. Like I said, it's been a very, very long time since I played the original Halo, and I can't believe I actually missed the sticky grenade there, but it kind of worked out, so that's good. I mean, even Cortana has to like tell me where to go. It's kind of awkward. And I was trying to find the interior because I was like, well, if she's telling me, it must be on this section. No, not. The door is, well, to be fair, the door is here. No, it's not. It's down there, actually. I think. Yeah, don't follow my advice. Don't. Seriously, just watch the Let's Play and just do not follow my advice, I guess. Or follow my advice when I say what not to do. That kind of helps. I'll tell you what you shouldn't do in here is literally just run in and then not look at the floor. Because that's an edit point there, because if that's not plainly obvious, because I ran straight down here and through the hole in the floor there, instead of walking over the bridge like that. So yeah, don't do that. Don't immediately kill yourself by doing that. Really doesn't help, because you'll just respawn and have to, well, not start again, but you know, go so far again. And I got trapped in here and I couldn't get out. But there we go. We rescued those Marines.
We should secure the area.
Apart from the fact that we didn't, because we have to secure the area, because there's a bunch more like grunts that have. Yeah, I don't know if they spawned in or if they were always there and they just were hiding or something. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of grunts sort of round the other side of this building. I was looking for, and then eventually I got there. We go. There's the other one, and I think once he's dead, it's all solved. There we go. See, so yeah, if you're having a bit of trouble there, look round the side of some of the buildings, because some of the enemies looks like they can get a bit stuck there. I guess that's old 2000. I say old 2001 game design. I mean that is a very long time ago. That is over 20 years. That's maybe by the time you see this, if I'm onto Halo 2 anniversary, that's going to be kind of awkward, because 2024 and yeah, it's Halo 2 is going to be 20 years old. And to think that Halo 2 anniversary came out on the 10-year anniversary of Halo 2. That's... We're getting on. I'm getting old. It feels weird. I tell you what. Like, I saw a picture online of I don't know why. I guess I ran over here to get a health pickup. Yeah. But yeah, I saw a picture online of someone saying, kids these days don't know what these are. And it was a PSP and a DS. And I looked at it and I thought, well, of course they won't. Because those things came out in like 2004.
Some Marines hiding in the hills above the structure.
They haven't been relevant in like 10 years anyway. In fact, even longer, probably about 15. Well, 2011. So, no. So if you've seen this 17... where did I get 17 from? No, 13 years. They wouldn't have been relevant. Like, that's the march of time, man. Like, you could probably even do that with, like, the 3DS and the Vita. I mean, the Vita itself, I've mentioned this on Gran Turismo 7. The Vita itself is, like, it was not popular back in the day anyway. But, like, the 3DS was hugely popular. And yet, I guarantee that, like, kids ain't playing the 3DS anymore. I mean, my nephews are playing the Switch. I mean, that might even date it at the time of this, because obviously the Switch 2 or whatever Nintendo's going to call it might be out. But yeah, it's just weird. Like, you see all this old technology and you think, that's not old. I played that when I was younger. And then you think, well, yeah, I'm really old now. I'm not a child. This isn't... by the way, I'm actually surprised that, like, the Marine on... I mean, only just. But I'm surprised they stayed alive. Because I didn't actually know that there was a whole bunch of enemies that spawned here. But yeah, he's on this last bit of health. It's not going to help. He is going to get killed, unfortunately. But yeah. I actually am surprised he stayed alive. Now, I was trying to figure out where we needed to go. I think when I played the original game, like the actual non-remastered version of the game on the channel, I think I got confused here as well. But this is also when I was doing the commentary for Halo Live, so yeah. You won't go this way because I didn't, but you know, that is a waterfall and you will just kill yourself if you drive off that. So yeah, we're trying to find the final lifeboat, and it's in a kind of awkward place, I guess. I don't know where it was, because that one up there, well, there's a lifeboat there, which is, but this is where we needed to go. It's not. It got us a checkpoint, but it's not where we need to go. And I thought, well, maybe it's up this hill. It's not up this hill. I mean, there's a couple of jackals up here, which made me think I was going the right direction, but no. This isn't where you need to go. Because this is the other side of the thing. Where we've already been. We rescued them here. And then obviously... I mean, don't do this. I did it just because I wanted to look down the side of the thing. But yeah, don't do this. I was trying to turn around, actually. I mean, this is a slight issue with the Warthog driving controls. Obviously, it doesn't handle like any racing game ever. You just drive with the left stick, basically, and so it's kind of really difficult to drive at some points. You know, trying to do turns and whatever.
The last lifeboat is in the mountains.
Right, but yeah, Cortana's telling us where it is, and then she even gives us like a GPS marker because I'm that thick and I can't find it apparently. Yeah, it's over here. Like, I wouldn't have looked over there because there's a big hill. And then the Covenant dropship shot my Warthog and I kind of, you know... The actual gunner was killed, sadly, but there we go.
Survivors detected.
Yeah, this is where we... This is where the final dropship is. Now, all the Marines are sort of hidden in these rocks, and that's probably where you should go. I'll be honest. I would not do what I did. But yeah, another Rob life advice for playing Halo, Combat Evolved at least. Don't do what I did, which is go through here and then leave this section and just try and fight all the AI in the open, because you're just gonna get screwed. There we go. That's what Johnson looked like in the original game, by the way. Yeah, so there's just going to be waves and waves and waves of Covenant that are going to come. And so you should probably hide up there, because you can effectively just like corner them in certain sections and throw grenades instead of them being out in the open and just being able to dodge grenades and all that. So yeah, that's my tip. Don't do this. This is really not a good idea, especially when the Covenant dropship is shooting at you. Like, that really does not help, basically, because you're just going to take extra damage. Now, I did in fact get all these jackals. Well, I tried to, at least there. Now they're all dead. And then I was like, well, that works, so I'm just going to continue. No, if that worked at least for you, like it worked for me, don't try and fight them all here. It's not going to work. Believe me, this is not going to work. You can see how little health I have in the top right. There. I'm honestly surprised those needles didn't kill me. And then obviously, I only have the shields. I don't actually have any health anymore. So I have to try and get some health. And how am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to have to go back through the rocks that I, should have stayed in, but I didn't. But yeah, that's my tip. Do not do what I did. Literally just stay in the rocks and let them run up through here, and it just works. Works a lot better. You can see what they're they're scripted to do there. Like, I had to get into the Warthog to even get over to a health pickup. Like, that's honestly kind of ridiculous. And I'm still almost lost all my shields doing that anyway. Like, the amount of enemies that it spawns in. Now, I actually tried to use the Warthog to my advantage here and just spawn, not spawn, get it stuck there. And then just fire the turret. Which kind of worked a little bit. There's still too many enemies over there that it didn't particularly work. Especially when it spawns some more enemies over there that you can't really get the angle at. But still, it did vaguely work a little bit. And then, obviously, that took out all my armor, basically. And I just had to jump out there, because that would have probably killed me had I not jumped out of that in time. And then I wanted to try and get the Warthog and move it to a different position. That's kind of difficult to get because of where I wedged it, but it did actually work. And then the actual Marines started to help, because I actually got them in a position where they could actually shoot. Because that was the thing, I got in that position, and then obviously they would all go for me, and the Marines weren't really able to help me, because you're supposed to get them to go up into the hills, and then the Marines can, help you out, I guess, as much as they can. And obviously, what really doesn't help is that, you got this ultra elite over there, and you have hardly any health, or at least I had hardly any health. Luckily, there was an extra health pack there. I probably shouldn't have gone straight for the elite. I probably should have gone for the jackal. But no, I went for the elite, and it did work at least. Managed to punch it to death, and then got the jackal.
That's the last of them.
Yeah, that's that.
I'm on my way.
We've actually completed the level Halo. And then I was like, well, where do I need to go? Because Cortana was like, and Echo 419 were like, well, we're going to pick you up. So I thought, I need to get to the area I need to get up there and, you know, on top of this hill. That's probably the place where they're going to land. Because I seem to remember that being a thing. I thought that's where they went. But no, it's not. This is not where they land. No. They literally pick you up down there. So that was kind of a waste of time. But yeah, I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 4 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. And I'll see you next time for more. Ta-ra.
We should move out, Lieutenant, and then we'll need your help on a rescue mission. The enemy has captured Captain Keyes and are holding him aboard one of their cruisers, the Truth and Reconciliation. The ship is currently holding position approximately 300 meters above the other end of this plateau.
So how do we get inside the ship if it's in the air? The Corps issued me a rifle, not wings.
There's a gravity lift that ferries troops and supplies between the ship and the surface. That's our ticket in.
Once we get inside the ship, I should be able to lock on to the tracking signal from Captain Keyes' neural implants.
Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 5 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, part 1 of the level The Truth and Reconciliation. And funnily enough, this was actually the first level on the original version of the game, obviously, the 2001 Halo Combat Evolved, where I had recorded the footage and did the commentary afterwards. The first 2 levels I did it live, and for a brief consideration, briefly I was considering actually doing that for this, but I decided no, that probably wasn't a good idea, because there was a reason why I didn't do it live back in why I started doing this like pre-recorded basically, and that's because obviously I died a lot. And I'll tell you what, this level, I don't know if it's just because the I don't know if it's just because obviously this game's so old or whatever, but it just it did not go very well. There was sections where I killed all the when we get to the ship in the second part, you'll see there's bits I have to kind of speed up and stuff as well, because I killed a lot of the enemies and then I ended up dying. Like, let's say like there was 1 or 2 enemies left. That enemy killed me, and then it would reset me, but nearly all the enemies would be dead, and then it wouldn't spawn any of them in for ages. And then finally those like 2 that whatever would come, and then finally I could continue. Like, that happened like twice on the ship. So you'll see that when we get to it, but that really, really sucked. I don't know if that's a thing with the anniversary, because I haven't rewatched the original Let's Play. I should really do that. See if that's a kind of thing that happened back then. Although obviously it's edited, so I wouldn't really know. But yeah, that was kind of annoying. But I suppose that only would, if I was doing it live, that only would have affected Pillar of Autumn and Halo. So that's not, it wouldn't have affected this level or anything afterwards. I'm getting, well, I was gonna say something there, but if that's all, like, if there's frame drops and stuff there, I do apologise. I don't think there is. I am rendering a video in the background, and literally unlike everything else that I recorded, I recorded this basically using the Elgato 4K capture utility software. Now it realised it was 1080p, but still, it's everything else. When I record using OBS, I convert the files down to SD for editing. You know, standard definition 480p from 4K files, to be fair, because this computer is very weird in regards to, like, it can play back 4K files, it's completely fine, but it can't seem to do it in Vegas for whatever reason. I don't know if Vegas is taking up too much RAM or whatever. But speaking of Vegas, I mean, I've got to explain this in the next one. Something really embarrassing happened. My God, that it was I can't believe I didn't realize this until very, very, very recently. But I'm so glad I realized this, because obviously my computer has a I'll explain it more in the next one, but like, obviously my computer has a graphics card, and I was rendering stuff, and I was like, I'm sure, because the 4K stuff was taking a long time. I was like, this is taking for, you know, it's taking forever to render, and yet it really shouldn't. And then I discovered that the render profile I was using never actually used the graphics card to render, it used the CPU. The game actually crashed here. Or vaguely. Froze, I should say, not crashed. That happened as well. Like twice. Which was concerning, I suppose. I mean, it's an Xbox One. It really should not be having trouble running a game that basically, you know, at that... I mean, the Xbox One came out in 2013. So, I know this is like the you know, there's whole textures and stuff over it, but really the underlying code for this game is from 2001. It should not be having trouble running a 12-year-old game, unless it's having to try and emulate the original Xbox. But I don't know. I suspect that that's not really the thing. I also kind of got a little bit confused on where the hell I was supposed to be going here. But yeah, a little bit of an embarrassing thing there, where I was like, oh, I was trying to render, and then I discovered that my render profile was not actually using the graphics card. And I've had a graphics card in my computer, obviously in an older computer as well, that I used to use to render, basically, you know, since 2011, and I've always used, well, it's Magix Vegas now, but I've always used Sony Vegas, and it's that's kind of embarrassing that I've always been rendering with the CPU. I mean, no wonder. I mean, I render, obviously, now I render with the GPU, and it's with the graphics card, and it's just so much faster. Like 1080p stuff like this. Like, it used to take, I don't know, about half an hour for one of these videos. Not maybe one about this length, but like, you know, like if you look at the length of like the Need for Speed Pro Streets, where they're about half an hour, they'd be, obviously, takes about half an hour to render, so it was 1:1 basically. Now they do it in like 10 minutes. Even quicker if it's if I was, because I'm doing what I'm rendering in the background is the 720p file for the full journey of Forza Horizon 5. I need to talk about that as well in the next one. That's annoying, what Vegas is doing in the background with that. But I guess I should warn you guys about stuff on here anyway. You know, this is meant to be a let's play and a walkthrough kind of. So we're going to have to deal with some hunters. That's why I'm on this this turret. Accidentally killing, I think, a few Marines, but they shouldn't get in the way, that's the thing. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. When we were requesting reinforcements there, we get on the ship, and I think that was part of the issue of like why it wasn't loading properly. I think like basically we get on the ship and we request reinforcements because the Marines that followed us died, and basically Warhammer didn't actually give us any reinforcements, so there was so many enemies, and I think that's just part of the reason like it was so glitched, because it was like expecting Marines to be with us for like dialogue reasons or something, maybe, I don't know, but it was just like even Johnson had died, I believe, which I would have thought would have ended the mission, or you know, put us back to a checkpoint, but no, I think he died at one point, and then obviously you respawned when you do the thing. But I think this... Yeah, here we are. Here's the hunters. A couple of hunters on this level. We'll get to some on the ship. Or in time in the next episode. Trying to get onto the gun turret. Yeah, the Marines are not really great at killing the hunters. They're really not great at, you know, avoiding my my shots. I'm trying to, you know, not kill them, but they shouldn't jump in the way. But the hunters are dead now. Right, so we're gonna go up into the grav lift. And yeah, more reinforcements. Four Hammer's probably like, what? And literally just drop some more off. How are they all dead? But yeah.
They'll probably be in or near the ship's brig, which should narrow our search.
Just have to wait for it to deliver them now. And yeah, I've been RobtheMod. Thank you very much for watching part 5 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. Part 1 of the level The Truth and Reconciliation. And I will see you next time for more. Ta-ra. Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 6 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. Part 2 of the level The Truth and Reconciliation. And we are now on the, well, The Truth and Reconciliation. Can't get in this Wraith. Kinda sucks. But yeah, also, that Marine unfortunately died from the energy sword. Because that's the thing we have to do here. There's a... Oh, we basically have to defend this area for a bit. Because a bunch of Covenant come out from each of the corners. But yeah, this one, I mean, Halo's always been sort of like a vlog whenever I do like these first-person shoot. Well, to be fair, whenever I do any first-person shooter game, it always seems to be like a sort of vlog series that I do. Because basically, ever since the first Halo, ever since this level, I've always recorded the footage and done the commentary after the fact. I try and walk through segments into it when I'm doing the thing, but I always sort of use it as a little vlog, tell you about games that I'm getting or playing or whatever. But I mean, let's be honest, I'm recording this in July 2023, and I actually have no idea when this is coming out. I believe it's coming out at the start of 2025, January or February, maybe March or April actually, because basically I've got everything scheduled, but I don't like. This is the thing in regards to this, right? So I mentioned in the last one about the graphics card and Vegas rendering and all that, and if you remember during the Halo Reach Remastered Let's Play, oh yeah, it froze again here. It unfreezes, but yeah, that kind of sucks that kept happening. Really shouldn't be happening on this game. But and also we're going to get to the fast forwarded section in a second, because I was kind of confused on what the hell I was supposed to do. I really should have watched my original Let's Play. So I was like, why isn't this opening? So you'll just sort of see me going back and forward here like this. Like, where am I supposed to be going? And then eventually I was like, oh, maybe I should go through one of the gates on the thing and see if there's another way around, which is what I did. So yeah, don't be an idiot like me and do that. But anyway, yeah, so I was talking about like the graphics card and how I literally just discovered that it wasn't actually rendering, Vegas wasn't rendering using the graphics card, and hadn't been for years, for whatever. Like, it's a really stupid thing, because this is the thing with Vegas. There's loads and loads of settings. Like, you think you know what's happening with it, but there's loads of different settings that like just get messed up. or don't, like, you think, not get messed up, but like, I don't really know how to, you know, like, you change one setting and then there's another setting that changes the exact same thing, but because you haven't changed both of them, it hasn't changed, if you know what I mean. Right, so like, I had it set to use a graphics card, but it was only using it to play the video clip that I'm, you know, recording, for example. Now that I'm talking over that, I can see it wouldn't actually use it to render, for example. You'd think that graphics output would change it to, if you change it to video, you know, the video card, the graphics card, you'd think it would do it for both, but no, only did it for one. And that's the thing with that, is you have to change it per render profile. So if you don't edit the render profiles, you had no idea. Right, well that was fun, because I was literally doing the commentary obviously live, and Vegas, I guess, must have heard that I was complaining about it, because it just decided to do some weird graphical thing all over the screen and crash. But I'm still going to complain about the issue, my kind of issue that I'm having with it right now is, in the background, I'm rendering, I should say, the Forza Horizon 5 full journey. Obviously, you know when that came out. And I was rendering it yesterday. And then it crashed. And I was like, why did that happen? And then I checked my hard drive. And this is a really stupid thing with Vegas. So it's rendering to an external hard drive where I store all my videos. I don't keep the full journeys after I upload them to YouTube, but because what's the point? That, you know, I already have all the videos. If I need to recreate them, I can recreate them. But it rendered that out, and I was like, oh, it was rendering, and then it crashed. And I was like, why is it crashed? Why has it crashed? And then I checked my C drive, and even though it's rendering to an external hard drive, Vegas creates a temporary file on your C drive. Don't know why, because I went on the, after I discovered this, I googled it, and I, like, is this normal? And they were like, yeah, it's normal. And then there was a whole bunch of people saying it shouldn't be creating temporary files on your hard drive. And then there was some people that are like, it's creating temporary files, it should be doing that, but it should be, like, you can change the settings. And I changed the settings on where these people have told me to do it, and it hasn't done anything. It's still creating it now. So no idea what the hell is happening there in regards to that. But yeah, that's apparently a thing. Don't know why. Here we go. Have no idea where the hell I'm supposed to be going on this map. It doesn't really tell you. Just basically we're waiting for Cortana to unlock something, I think. But because we died, it doesn't want to unlock properly. But yeah, so that's my Vegas complaint. But well, this is. I was gonna talk about this, and now I kind of forgot how I was gonna talk about it. I don't. Well, no, I was gonna say we're supposed to go through that thing up there, but I don't think we are. Say this is where I'm confused on where I'm supposed to be going. Game does not tell you. Right. So, in regards to, oh yeah, I was talking about the schedule, wasn't I? That was the thing. So, as you know, as I talked about in the Halo Reach Remastered Let's Play, when I was doing the commentary, I was like, oh, you know, this room is getting redecorated. This room that I'm in is getting redecorated, and I was like, well, I've played through all of Halo. I'm gonna do all of Halo Reach. I'm gonna record the commentaries for that, render him, and then because I can't actually do any live gameplay, I'm gonna just do the. I'm gonna play through all of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. That hasn't happened, by the way. I'm just gonna sort of leave that until I, you know, catch up to the correct part of the schedule. But basically, yeah, that was my plan. And then I was doing that, and then I was like, well, instead of doing that, why don't I just render the 720p videos that already existed? Because from the old channel, from the old Insane Gamer channel that got re-uploaded to here, you know, stuff like Watch Dogs, Dirt Showdown and all that. Basically anything where I said, hi, I'm Rob, I'm from the Insane Gamers, was an old 720p video if it was a 360 or PS3 game. Anything that was like Xbox One or whatever was 1080p 60, didn't need to be redone, really, but yeah. I would have re-uploaded those as they were, but unfortunately there was like 2 YouTube issues that I had, basically. Well, the first one was a YouTube issue, the second one was my own fault. So YouTube doesn't recognise 720p as HD anymore. It only recognises 1080p as HD, which is quite funny because in like 2010 or whatever, they didn't even, like, that was when 720p was like, they were like, oh, it's this huge thing. You know, we're finally getting HD, now they don't even recognise it. But yeah, that was a thing. You know, basically bitrate. Well, I mean, I should have done it back in the day anyway, but basically, because anything that was recorded on the Elgato HD60, it was recorded at 1080p 60, and then I just rendered it down to 720p when I rendered it. But basically, if you upload a 720p video at 1080, YouTube will give it better bitrate. Same with a 1080p video at 4K. I don't do that, but I did do it for stuff like before I had the 4K capture card, I did it for the PS5 games, basically, like Astro's Playroom and FIFA 23. Even though they were only recorded at 720, and they were only recorded at 1080p, I used to upload them at 4K anyway. You can tell because anything that's recorded at 4K that doesn't have HDR is pretty much fake 4K. But anything that does have its 4K and HDR is true 4K basically. Yeah, just trying to figure out where these enemies are that are really difficult to kill. That's the thing. Like, I think we needed like Marines here to like kill those guys up there, and it's just because they're all dead. You can't. But yeah, that was one of the issues. You know, YouTube bitrate, but also the main issue and my own fault was that basically I used to have like an intro. I used to take a clip from the episode. In regards to Halo, actually, it was usually just the cutscene at the start, or the name of the level, and then there'd be like an Insane Gamers intro, and then you'd have the actual like Let's Play. Because that was the tip back in the day. That was the big thing with it was like grab people's attention with something right at the start, like a funny moment or a cutscene or something. Just grab their attention. Don't just start it off with, "Hi guys, this is my Let's Play." But that seems to be the thing now. That seems to be the recommended thing. It's do not spoil it at the start, which is weird because all of the movie studios and trailers and stuff, they do that. They've started doing that for basically the purposes of, you know, like, I guess for like on street, like for streaming stuff. Because I think what they do that for is that, like, when they're here to advertise the thing on YouTube, obviously you get the skip ad button after, or a lot of the time you do. You get the skip ad button after. It's after about 5 seconds, isn't it? And basically, they do that so you see a bit of the trailer in the 5 seconds. Whereas, I suppose that makes sense. But a lot of the, because they use the same video is what I mean, instead of uploading 2 separate versions. But yeah, that's understandable, but that's the recommendation for YouTube, at least at the moment, at the time of recording, is do not do the pre-intro stuff anymore. It doesn't really work. People want to get straight into the video. So yeah, basically I was removing those. And also there used to be like an outro section. Before YouTube had end cards, if you don't know what the end cards are, if you watch all the way to the end of a YouTube video, on this channel anyway, most channels do it. Basically, it's the thing where it recommends like 1 or 2 videos from the channel that you're watching, or if it was a collaboration with someone, they'll recommend another channel like that channel, so you get a link to it or whatever. That's, you know, basically, I don't really know how to describe it. Like, before those end cards existed, YouTube had these thing called annotations. They never worked on mobile, so that, I guess that's why they got rid of them, but they could have fixed it, I suppose. But yeah, the thing is with the annotations is, they did, like, they were sort of like text boxes that could pop up on the screen, but people kind of use them for dickish purposes sometimes. Some people would cover the entire screen in an annotation. So what, like, you couldn't, because obviously most people, they try and click on the video to pause it. So you try and click on the video, pause it, but it would actually like link you to, like, let's say an Amazon product or a virus or something like that. Like, I understand why YouTube didn't want to do that, but that was a thing. Like, but you could also get like text that just appeared or links to other YouTube videos and stuff like that. And they were shaped like, well, some of them anyway, were shaped like speech bubbles. So it was great. So you could, like, people would use it all the time. Like, if there was an error in the video, instead of like having to do a pinned comment or whatever, they could literally just pop up like, "Hey, I got this wrong," and it was great. Great for fact-based channels and all that. But
I'm going to call for
yeah.
reinforcements. There's no sense going
YouTube kind of got rid of it because it never worked on mobile for whatever reason. Even though I'm pretty sure YouTube could have fixed it. They just sent out it's incompatible, but they never tried to actually, like, I'm surprised they never actually tried to do it. But it's a shame as well because I do miss annotations. But anyway, my point is basically before end cards were actually a thing, YouTubers would actually take a clip from their 2 most recent videos, and they'd like have like an outro section at the end where they play those 2 clips, and yeah, then you'd have an annotation linking to those 2 videos. And obviously back when I'd started YouTube, that was the thing, annotations still existed, so I had to sort of like edit those out, because obviously they didn't really work, and also my outro was too long for the end cards, so it was kind of awkward in that situation. So I just decided to do that and just, you know, edit them out and just do end cards as YouTube is. Like, the thing is, though, if YouTube gets rid of end cards, that kind of sucks because obviously I don't have a thing anymore, but I suppose that affects everyone. But yeah, my thing is, I was getting into that, wasn't I? I was explaining why, what I was doing when the room was getting redecorated. Because as I said, when the room was getting redecorated, like, the wall got replastered, and then I had to let the wall dry, and then I had to paint it, and then I had to let the paint dry, and then I had to get the carpet in, and then I had to build everything. So it took ages to, like, actually get back in this room to record stuff. And at first I was just going to be like, I'm going to play through Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, and I'm going to play through Halo 2 Anniversary, and I'm just going to have all the files on the computer, and I'm just going to do the commentaries for them and all that. And then I was like, well, I could actually just basically render all the I'll tell you what was a very good thing that I did. I recorded the end of, like, Gran Turismo 6. I was going to do it as a proper live stream, and then I was like, no. Probably a good idea, because then I was like, yeah, that's kind of a, it's going to be a massive issue trying to do the full journey. Like, trying to add the live stream to the end of the full journey is going to be kind of a massive issue. And considering how long that event actually took to do, how many attempts it actually was, glad I didn't actually do it as a live stream. But anyway, right, so... Yeah, basically I decided I'm going to re-upload all the old... Because I was just doing it kind of piecemeal, and then I was like, I'll just do it... While I can't record anything, may as well just do it all like that. And I did. And then it kind of... You know, now it's all done. But what that means is that... all this Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, I have no idea when this is actually coming out. So, Happy New Year is all I'm going to say, but I have no idea if this is January, February, March, April, May, like whenever this is coming out. I mean, I know it's got to come out after, obviously after Halo Reach Remastered, because that's the order that they're going to be doing. So I actually suspect it's probably going to be like March, or April even, but I kind of got a little bit confused here, because I was like, where am I going? Because I remember something about this game where I have to go to like that, but I feel like it's later on once we, well, spoiler alert, but if you've somehow never played Halo 1, I feel like it involves the Flood at that point.
Transponder signal is strong. We must be close.
This is a long level, isn't it? Like, this is a long part level as well. Really sucks. Well, it doesn't suck, it's fun, but it's just... I mean, I suppose what doesn't help is just all the dying that occurred. Basically. I feel so bad for that Jackal. Was like, literally stood next to... I mean, to be fair, it could have ran from the grenade, but... Don't know why it didn't, but... Yeah, we're almost here. We're almost at the end of this section. But I guess what really didn't help was the stupid, like... bits where it wouldn't continue. You know what I mean? Like, it would get to that section and then it would just... basically freeze and... Well, not even freeze, just like, you know, not continue. Like, it was waiting for something to happen. It was waiting for a trigger that never actually occurred. And what also doesn't help is a lot of this, like... A lot of the ship looks very similar. But we're finally here. We've got to deal with, like, an invisible light here, though. No, I didn't sticky grenade him. I thought I did. There we go. There's the elite with a engine sword. Just jumping through the ceiling, clipping through the ceiling. It makes complete sense. But he's dead now. I think there's one more that's left in there. I'm not sure. Definitely a grunt. Yeah, there's the invisible elite that I just immediately stuck. Kind of funny. But yeah. Oh, there's another one. Wow, I didn't even realise it was two. Yeah, I've been RobtheMod, so thank you very much for watching part 6 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. I know this has been like a long one, and like I've just been explaining like behind the scenes stuff that may not be interesting to you guys, but I just kind of needed to get that off my chest. But yeah, thanks for watching part 2 of the level, The Truth and Reconciliation, and I will hopefully see you next time for more. Ta-ra.
Coming here was reckless. You two know better than this. Thanks. Marines, lock and load your weapons. Let's be ready to move.
Yes, sir.
While the Covenant had us locked up in here, I overheard the guards talking about this ring world. They call it Halo.
One moment, sir. Accessing the Covenant BattleNet. According to the data in their networks, the ring has some kind of deep religious significance. If I'm analyzing this correctly, they believe that Halo is some kind of weapon, one with vast, unimaginable power.
That's true. The Covenant kept saying that whoever controls Halo controls the fate of the universe.
Now I see. I have intercepted a number of messages about a Covenant search team scouting for a control room. I thought they were looking for the bridge of a cruiser that I damaged during the battle above the ring. But they must be looking for Halo's control room.
That's bad news. If Halo is a weapon, and the Covenant gain control of it, they'll use it against us and wipe out the entire human race. Chief, Cortana, I have a new mission for you. We need to beat the Covenant to Halo's control room. Marines, let's move!
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Chief, you have the point.
We should head back to the shuttle bay and call for...
Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 7 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. Part 3 of the level, The Truth and Reconciliation. And I'll let you, I don't really want to do another behind the scenes thing here, but I'll let you know a little secret. If you, obviously it's changed now, I changed it, well, when I recorded the footage of this. But I've always uploaded the Truth and Reconciliation, the first, like the Halo Combat Evolved one. I always uploaded those as just Truth and Reconciliation. I forgot that there was a "the" in the title. I don't know if my source was wrong, like the Halo wiki or whatever, but yeah, I always just called it Truth and Reconciliation. And yeah, it was only when I was playing through this, for this, obviously this level here, and I was like, oh, I got that wrong. I'm gonna fix that. Or maybe that's something they changed for this game, but I doubt it. This is a kind of awkward section of the level. I mean, when is this level? I mean, I've been complaining about this level, but I tell you what. What's the one that I really hated? The library, that's it. I'm really not looking forward to the library when we have to finally deal with the flood. Because that's... That was a great grenade throw, by the way. Yeah. Well, that actually was a good one because it took out both of them. But yeah, the library I'm really not looking forward to because that's the one that involves a whole bunch of flood. I mean, let's be honest. That one is called, like the library, the second part of that is called The Level Where I Rage. There's just so much death in that. So I'm not looking forward to it. But obviously I've got to. Luckily, that's not going to be for a bit. We've got like... How many levels? We've got like 3 more levels before that. So at least it's not going to be for a bit. But yeah, the library, I really do dislike. Anyway, in this one, it's kind of an awkward thing because you've got to keep Captain Keyes alive. And I'd already died at this point. You do get a kind of funny cutscene with... Well, I say cutscene. You just get a shot of like him dying. And like Cortana saying, the captain died. That really wasn't like a good impression of Cortana, obviously. But yeah, that's basically what she sounds like when she says it. She's like, the captain died, and you know, we're screwed basically. So you got to keep him alive through this level, or through this section. I misjudged how quick this level actually ends, so yeah, I'm going to have to do the outro now because I forgot I didn't have enough time, I ran out of time. So yeah, I've been RobtheMod, thank you very much for watching Part 7 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. I'll see you next time for more. Ta-ra.
That's it. The dropship is loose.
Everybody, mount up. Let's get on board.
Give me a minute to interface with the ship's controls.
No need. I'll take this bird out myself.
Captain! Hunters!
Hang on.
Nice one, sir.
Time for a little payback.
The Covenant believe that what they call the Silent Cartographer is somewhere under this island. The Cartographer is a map room that will lead us to Halo's control center. The island has multiple structures and installations. One of them contains the map room.
We're approaching the LZ. It's gonna be hot. Get set to cut out quick. Touchdown! Hit it, Marines!
Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 8 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, or part 1 of the level The Silent Cartographer. And I didn't actually mean to hit that Marine in the face, but it happened. Yeah, it's been a bit of time since I last played this game. Obviously for you guys it was, well, immediately after the Truth and Reconciliation. But basically what happened was I've been, like, I recorded obviously all the Halo Reach Remastered and a little bit of this. And then I was kind of like, I don't really see the point of me playing through this game until I actually get up to a point where I can kind of, you know, where I'm up to the point where it's actually going to be scheduled. Like, what's the point of me recording this when I can't even upload it to YouTube for a bit? And then I actually decided to change the way I kind of record videos anyway. So now what I do is I mean, it kind of changed with Halo Reach Remastered anyway, but it used to be that what I used to do was I would record, say, a week, like every week's worth of content, I would record like that. So you'd have, like, you know, one video God of War, one video Galgun, and I'd just keep switching between the games like that. And that was, well, first of all, it was making me spend forever on all these games. Like, the games just felt like they took forever to beat. But the other thing is I wasn't really great at them, because I would just kind of, you know, I'd end up forgetting controls or I'd be rusty or whatever. So what I've been doing recently is I've made a list of, like, all the games that I've been doing. I've scheduled them, and I figure out how long they are, and then I just record that footage. I record, like, one game at a time, and yeah, that's basically how that works. So, like, Spider-Man, this, Need to Be Undercover, all these games have just been recorded like that, which is basically how Halo Reach Remastered was done anyway. By the way, unlike the first time I did this on the original version of the game, obviously, the way I'm doing this is I'm doing the sort of cheat method. So that's where we have to go, but if we go down, we basically get locked out by a certain elite. But you can sort of bypass that section by literally going, by not going in and just bypassing it, basically. Going to the security door and disabling the security before they can even lock you out. So that's what I'm basically going to do. We're also going to get one of the terminals during this, so I will actually shut up, obviously, during that. But yeah, I'm not great at this game because, like I said, it's been about 6 months since I actually last played it, and I actually think out of all the Halos, this is probably the hardest one, difficulty wise. I know I'm only playing on normal, but I don't know, I just, the next level assault on the control room, I don't know if it's just, I mean, I'm really not looking forward to the library, but yeah, there's something about that where I'm just kind of like, you know, with assault on the control room, there was a bit with the tank where I just kept dying because it just was not. I don't know if it's like an anniversary thing where aiming it, like, where the graphics don't match the old geometry or something, but I just kept dying because I kept blowing myself up in the tank. And it was just kind of, really? Like, that was happening, but you'll see that. Well, you won't see it in the next episode because it'll get cut out, but you know what I mean, like, that's what's going to basically happen. It was kind of really, really annoying me. But, well, I mean, that was a death there if that wasn't obvious. Well, but there is actually an announcement I kind of want to do. I announced it on the Halo, not on Halo, sorry, on the Forza Horizon 5 Full Journey. Don't know if any of you guys watched that, but basically, in the 6 months since I last recorded this game, I also got an achievement there for shooting the hunter in the back with a pistol. But yeah, basically, since I last recorded this game, I have since picked up an Xbox Series X. So basically, obviously, Halo 2 Anniversary, I'm actually going to be switching to the Series X version. That's where the terminal is, by the way, so I'm going to shut up as it's going to play a cutscene.
3,000 years since my last contact with any of the other caretakers of the Halo array. Despite clear communications protocol, my fellow monitors have either chosen to ignore, or, more likely, have lost the ability to engage in our scheduled updates. The continued lapse of the domain means that we are stuck with achingly slow wormhole superluminal communications. Prior to this total communication shutdown, the only messages I received in the preceding 4,573 years were incomplete and quite perplexing transmissions from Installation 05. I suspected that Monitor 2401 Penitent Tangent was not functioning correctly for some time before his messages ceased. I have logged my concerns about his ability to perform his duties. At this point, however, I'm not sure who I file logs for. 2401 may be destined for madness. There are fail-safes for this, I know. I hope they work. I will continue to visit the projection systems at the assigned dates. Perhaps the other monitors are dealing with interfering galactic phenomena, or unexpected system failures. 3,000 years of system failures. Indeed. In the meantime, I have exhausted all scheduled research activities assigned by the Council. Once those experiments were complete, I shut down all Sentinel function and put myself into a state of significant hibernation to measure performance of the installation with negligible upkeep. After 150 years with no noticeable impact upon installation systems or integrity, even in hibernation I became bored. This was quite troubling, as I was led to believe I was not capable of such a state. This was one of the gifts I was promised, an end to strife. I am aware of the dangers of a system such as myself losing operational focus. Quite troubling. I wonder if my fellow monitors are experiencing similar states, or if this is because of my particular path to this installation. For amusement, I have begun a series of experiments involving the evacuation of all matter from contained sections of my installation. By measuring the geologic effects of exposure to the vacuum of space and the eventual biological recovery of these sections, I anticipate getting valuable insight into emergency response scenarios in case of sentient proximity warning.
But yeah, now I have an Xbox Series X, and that's how that's going to work. So I could have continued on, like I could have used the Series X for this. I imagine the graphics are even more updated for that version. That's my understanding anyway about some Series X games, like the Xbox One games on Series X. Some games, well, a lot of games they have more frames per second and stuff like that, but some games they have even more upscale graphics or redone graphics, effectively like a even more remastered version. I believe Halo 2 Anniversary is one of them. So I'll be playing it on the Series X anyway, but yeah, at the moment this is still being played on the base Xbox One. I mean, it's an Xbox 360 game originally anyway, so, and then it's based on an original Xbox game. So yeah, I mean, we're really not testing the power of the Series X if I was playing it on this, but I'm not. Anyway, you got to go around here. Well, trying to figure out where to go. That's the other thing, like, because this game was like one of the very first games that I Let's Played on the channel. It's been a very, very, very long time since I did that. It was like 10 years ago, 2013, when I first did that Let's Play series. And yeah, I don't really remember much about it, to be honest. I don't remember if this game was actually as difficult. I don't know. I don't think they would have increased the difficulty level, obviously, on the Master Chief Collection. But I think what my issue is because this game has actual health, like an actual health meter as opposed to your shield. I feel like the issue of what I'm doing is that I'm trying to fight like I do in Halo 2 and Halo 3 and Reach and anything, which is basically where I try and get really up close and personal and just hit them, because that seems to work well for me as an idea, but it doesn't in this game. Basically, you will obviously lose a lot of health, and also I believe the shields take a lot longer to recharge in this game compared to the newer games. So yeah, the other thing is I was gonna say I don't know what I'm gonna do with the remastered versions now, because obviously we're doing like this. We're doing Halo 2 Anniversary, and then we're gonna have Halo 3 ODST, and Halo 4 like on the Master Chief Collection. But I don't know like what I'm specifically gonna do about Halo 5 and Halo Infinite, because obviously I played Halo Infinite on the Xbox One, but obviously it's meant to be a Series X game. So what am I doing? Like, would I redo that because it would look a lot better? Would I does Halo 5 have improvements on the Series X? I don't know. I'll have to look that up. To be fair, I might just do Halo 5 again because it's just, it's just maybe worth doing. Anyway, we're getting to the end of the first part here. So, yeah, I've been RobtheMod. Thank you very much for watching part 8 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. I'll see you next time for more.
This is a security override station for the main facility, located somewhere else on this island. Shut the system down so the Covenant won't be able to lock us out. We should now have access to the main facility. Let's find the map room.
Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 9 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, part 2 of the Silent Cartographer. And basically as we go through here, be warned there are some invisible elites. There's 2 of them specifically. I kind of forgot they were here. What doesn't help is at the time of when I was recording this, which was yesterday, and I still have it now. I don't know if you can tell, I still have I feel like I have a sore throat. I don't know if that's coming across on like the audio very well, but basically I also have a headache. Now I took some paracetamol. My understanding is, by the way, paracetamol is a brand thing that is in the UK and other parts of the world, but I don't know if it's like actually a brand thing in the US, but it's basically it's a tablet that gets rid of headaches and sore throats and stuff. It's basically a pain relief tablet, basically. Anyway, yeah, I kind of wonder if that also hasn't helped my gameplay, because obviously, even though it was gone, I wasn't really like thinking great as I was playing it, because I was like, oh, these elites are later in the level, and when we get to assault on the control room next, I wasn't really great at that level, as I explained in the last episode. So yeah, I just kind of wonder if that was a thing. Anyway, this is also a very short episode. Obviously, you can tell by the length of it. But yeah, we accidentally kill a Marine in a second here with the Warthog. Thankfully, it doesn't count against me. But yeah, I go to flip the Warthog over, and there's a Marine there, and it crushes him and kills him, which is unfortunate. But yeah, really, you shouldn't have been stood under there, should you? But basically, we got to get into that section where we already were, and because we've took out the security measures, it's not really going to be that much of a problem. There are some hunters outside, which is kind of annoying, and the gunner on this Warthog really has no health. But yeah, I don't really know what to say about this section, to be honest. I mean, the Warthog doesn't really do much against hunters, which is kind of annoying, I guess. I mean, even the sticky grenade doesn't really seem to do much, and then I think that just killed the Marine there. But it did also stop the enemies coming out of the, well, part of them anyway, coming out of there. They kind of got stuck, and then I just blew them up.
Covenant are putting up a real fight.
But yeah, this is where the cartographer is. And be careful with the rocket launcher, by the way, because you can very easily blow yourself up.
Going inside.
But yeah, this is where I kind of thought the invisible elites are, but not. Because what I was actually confusing myself with there is the next level. But also, yeah, this is very, very short. We're just literally just going to come down here. So yeah, I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 9. I'll see you next time for more. Ta-ra! Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 10 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. So you just saw a cutscene there seeing how deep the facility that we are in is. But what we're basically doing here is we're sneaking around here and we're taking out some grunts and elites and maybe some jackals. I managed to get that elite there, as you saw, and I get this grunt, but unfortunately it means this one kind of saw me. And then it alerts everyone else, which is kind of annoying. But we will actually be doing a lot more sneaking in the next level, Assault on the Control Room. Apparently I can't speak. One thing I will say, well, there's a lot more sneaking in like the next level. Well, not a lot more sneaking, but there is some sneaking. But one thing I do kind of want to say is the level design, especially in this first game, for the Forerunner structures. Is not great. I mean, the anniversary version makes it look a lot more interesting. If you see this without, if you've seen the original proper like 2001 version of the game, everything here, I mean, it's all grey anyway, but like literally, it's just grey squares everywhere. It's really, really boring and confusing, and especially like the next level is there's nice open areas in the next level, but they are still like it's confusing on where to go because you on Assault on the Control Room. You literally just, you go down a corridor, you get to a circle room. You can only go one way around the circle room because it's blocked off. Like a Pac-Man kind of shape, if you know what I mean. And then, so you fight a bunch of enemies there, and then, yeah, that's basically it. You go down another corridor, same circle room. It's just, there's nice open air sections, like I said, but most of it is just the same. And it's the same here with this. The Forerunner structures, they're beautifully designed, but they are just the same. Like every single one of them. They're all this grey structure. God knows how the Forerunners actually knew how to navigate these bloody things. I mean, it looks sufficiently alien, fair enough, but you gotta just find the doors and progress down. There's a nice little invisibility here, which I'm gonna use and sneak. By the way, if you want to know what we're doing here, if it's not obvious, we're going into the facility to find the the map, the coordinates for the control room. That's the next level Assault on the Control Room, and then we've got to get back out of here, basically. So, yeah, I guess they must have called for reinforcements because we're going to fight some more enemies on the way back up. While we're invisible, of course, we can just take out grunts like that. Can't believe I didn't actually manage to take that grunt out with a punch to the face, but I managed to get it in the back there. And then I got this one. Of course, the invisibility only lasts a little section. That is the map. I managed to take this guy out. I don't know how he didn't spot me. And then I just, you know, turn invisible again. And then here's this guy that's at one hit. Anyway, we're going to get a small cutscene here as we activate the map.
That holo panel should activate the map. Analyzing. Halo's control center is located there. That structure appears to be some sort of temple or shrine, if I've interpreted this correctly. Interesting.
So yeah, now we got to get back out of here. And like I said, it's not difficult, you just got to backtrack your way back up. And that's the kind of annoying thing with this game specifically. And I wonder if it's because it was a launch title. Obviously not the anniversary version, but like the, you know, the original Xbox version. Is a lot of this, I mean, we don't really use this level again. But specifically, there is a lot of backtracking and going the opposite way through the same level. like the Pillar of Autumn, we will see that again. So on the control room, we will see that again. That ship, the Truth and Reconciliation, we will see that again later on in the thing, but in reverse, basically. So it's just kind of, that is a thing with this game. I got slightly confused here. I was like, where do I go? Because what purpose does this room have for existing? I think that's where I dropped down from when I got the invisibility, but I'm not sure. So I was literally just trying to figure out. This is what I meant by like the Forerunner structures are confusing. You have no idea where you're going. Sometimes you just get confused. But I finally figured it out. This is how we get out of this section. Some more jackals in here to kill. Bear in mind, there will be some invisible elites at the top of this section when we finally get out. This room in particular, I think, confused me. Well, is it this room? No, it's the next room. Again, I'm getting confused, and I've not even played the game at the moment. I'm literally just looking at footage. It's just, I wish that, like, I wish there was more stuff to these sections. You know what I mean? I feel so sorry for that grunt. Full force plasma pistol to the face. I mean, I have to kill them anyway, but yeah. I also love how, like, you get like that nice green effect from the plasma pistol on the elites and the grunts there. That was quite nice. I don't think that was the case in previous Halos. Well, in like the original versions of the game. I think that's just for the anniversary version. Yeah, this is the room that I'm on about. I kind of got a little bit confused. It's obvious now that I think about it. It's literally just as we're going through here. This way. But I turned the wrong way, and I kind of got confused. And then I turned the right way. It's the right there. I just didn't spot it. Or on the left now, as you saw, because I was fighting these enemies. So yeah, it's to the right there, and I missed it, and I was just like, I need to figure out where I'm going. And yeah, I just kept walking around in the circle. At first I was like, is it this? No. And don't worry, I'll come back here and I'll be like, yeah, it's that again, isn't it? I think I even went into like the old version of the thing just to see if I could kind of get a glimpse. Because that's the thing. A lot of people say with this anniversary version, it's kind of... This is what I mean about it all looking grey and whatever though. But like... A lot of people say in regards to this version, it does look nicer, but with all the additional effects and stuff, it can get a little bit overwhelming on figuring out where to go. Yeah, it's not that way. I should have sped this footage up, but what are you gonna do? You know, eventually I figure it out. I'm like, yay, it's that door. I mean, I don't know how I missed that, but yeah, that's what I was saying before. I don't think my brain's fully functioning for like, because of this, this flu or whatever it is that I have. It also doesn't help that enemies like come out of doors that are completely irrelevant to where you actually need to go. So I didn't need to go, like, that's not where I need to go. I need to go through that gap up there. But nope. It's gonna be these guys that I'm gonna have to fight. Oh, I mean, I could have ignored them. Or is this actually? No, this isn't where I need to go. Yeah. I think I even went straight for the door that I came down. Yeah, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's definitely the wrong way. I was going the right way originally, and then it's through here. There's going to be an elite right here, so be warned for that. With the NG sword. Can't believe I didn't kill myself with the sticky grenade there. But I think that's the same guy that like we saw with the where he came out the thing. And then this is where the invisible elites are going to be at the top here.
Cortana to Echo 419. The chief and I are topside.
In this room. You can kind of see them there with the plasma pistol.
On my way.
Or the yeah, the plasma pistol or the rifle, whichever one is. There's 3 of them specifically. I would have expected 4, but there's only 3, at least on normal. Obviously on higher difficulties there'll be more of them. Well, there's more enemies and harder enemies, and it's all confusing. But yeah, we basically just get to the Pelican here. There's actually some jackals I didn't take out earlier. Mainly because they killed me when I was fighting the hunters before and I cut that footage out. But yeah, anyway, I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 10 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. I will see you next time for more when we do Assault on the Control Room. Enjoy this ending cutscene as we get on the Pelican.
Let's get moving. Bowhammer, here are coordinates and a flight plan I've worked out. Cortana, these coordinates are underground! The Covenant did a thorough seismic scan, and my analysis shows that Halo is honeycombed with deep tunnels, which circle the whole ring.
I hope your analysis is on the money, Cortana. This Pelican won't turn on a dime.
Look on the bright side, Bowhammer. The last thing the Covenant will expect is an aerial insertion from underground.
This is as far as I can go.
Roger that. We'll be able to find our way to the control center from here.
Good luck. Bowhammer out.
Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 11 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. Part 1 of the level Assault on the Control Room, and I was going to say this is the longest part. I actually think the second part of this level is actually the longest. I haven't exactly timed them obviously, but I believe it is. And I was not exactly great at this level. I mean, for example, here is the first cut. There we go. You may not have actually seen that, but if I hadn't pointed it out. But yeah, I died a number of times on this level. Which is not really making me feel comfortable about when I have to deal with the library. I hated that level when I played it the first time on this channel with the original game. I don't really want to do it on this, but I need to, because obviously if I'm playing through the game, that's how it makes sense. But yeah, there's one thing, well, there's a number of things I have about this level that I don't like. Mainly the design of it. I mean, the Forerunner design, it's alien, it looks nice, but it's just, it's all the same. Now, thankfully, they've actually added these arrows on the bottom. At least I think they were added. I don't think they were there on the original version. Really, I should have checked by pressing the original graphics button there, but I didn't at any point, unfortunately. But I believe those arrows were added there for, well, I guess new players, or really just to stop people getting confused on where the hell they're supposed to be going, because yes, that happens a lot on this. It's basically, you go through these tunnels, you get to a circular shaped room, and you know, sometimes you get outside here. I don't know why I got the achievement for, you know, completing the last level at that point, but I did. And especially considering, you know, I died twice at that point. So yeah, this was definitely longer than it, you know, longer than the 2 minutes that this seems, than the previous level. So yeah, I guess the Xbox One is just slow on getting achievements, because I actually have noticed that sometimes, you know. I think it's because achievements aren't actually, to stop people hacking them, because you could hack achievements on the 360 in offline mode, and I imagine you maybe can still on the, I mean, yeah, basically I think it's a stop hacking thing. I don't know if you can still hack achievements on the Xbox One and the Series X. I would hope not. I know achievements don't really matter as a thing, but I kind of hope that you can't. But basically, back in the day you could hack 360 achievements by, you know, copying your save, putting it on a computer. Not your save, your profile, and then putting it on your computer, and then just using a program, and then basically as soon as you plugged it back into your console, transferred it back over, it would effectively be as if you were playing offline, because offline achievements don't have timestamps. So I think that might be what this has to do with, because I would suppose that if you were playing offline on an Xbox One, it would still maybe, I don't know, try and like check. I don't know how it would work. Like, all I know is that sometimes achievements on the Xbox One can be very, very late on happening, or not even happen at all, basically until Microsoft does something on their servers, and then they pop for people. I've noticed that on True Achievements, people complaining about that. Also, I have no idea what happened to that elite with the energy sword, by the way. I think he just dived off the edge of the cliff. I'm not sure. But yeah, as I was saying, basically, a lot of this map is literally just going through these exact same tunnels, and then getting to a circular room where you either have to go left or right, and killing all the enemies in here. And bearing in mind, when I was complaining about this earlier, I complained about it in the previous level. I basically said, oh, the design of the Forerunner stuff is interesting, but a lot of it is the same. And what doesn't help is the fact that basically you have to redo the levels backwards. If you're watching this, I assume you know the story of the Halo franchise. We're fighting the Covenant, we eventually discover the Flood or whatever, but I suppose if you're unaware, if you're just coming into the game for the first time, that's a spoiler, but we're going to discover the Flood in the next level anyway. I won't say exactly what the Flood are, but they're a different type of enemy is what I'm saying, and they're a pain to kill, that's all, if you're unaware of that. But yeah, basically a lot of this game, Pillar of Autumn, you redo that backwards as the Maw, even though the ship's crashed. Keys, Truth and Reconciliation, and then you have this Assault on the Control Room. I can't remember what it's called. I can't remember the name of the level now, but it's I could have a look literally because I got Odyssey open on my other thing with the is it Two Betrayals maybe? Is the backwards version of this level? I can't remember. But basically there is a backwards version of this level, and it's kind of, annoying. A lot of grunts in this room and jackals. That's the thing when you're playing on a low... the fact that I've died several times on low difficulty really annoys me. So I don't really do that on, the more modern Halos. This one seems a little bit more challenging on normal. I know there'll be people that play through this on Legendary, do it, with the blindfold and whatever, and be like, you're dying on normal, really? Yeah, it's just, I don't really keep an eye on my health. I keep an eye on the shield, because that's what, because Halo 3 was my first Halo that I ever actually played. And so I'm not used to having the health bar, which is what this game has, obviously underneath the shield there. And also it doesn't help that the shield, I believe, takes longer to recharge. And also, I used to play a lot of multiplayer, and of course, unless you're playing big team battle, there's not as many enemies that you're fighting usually at the same time, as you do in the campaign. So it's very easy to get overwhelmed by, because I'm playing as if I was playing multiplayer, which I probably shouldn't, but yeah. That's a little bit of an insight into my playstyle. I flipped over that Warthog, I don't know why. I thought the AI might actually take it. Because they should have driving AI. Well, they definitely do, because one of them's going to take a ghost in a second. But yeah, I thought they might have took the Warthog and followed me with it, but they didn't. They just kind of followed me on foot, apart from one of them that took a ghost. Anyway, we've got to blow up this Wraith here, although I don't believe the Wraith is named at this point. They just call them tanks in this. So I don't know if the Wraith name was added for Halo 2 or if it's later in this game, I can't really remember. But yeah, Cortana's just calling them tanks at the moment, which is obviously kind of funny because obviously Halo Reach, they were called Wraiths. But obviously this was way before Halo Reach. Speaking of, speaking of that, it's kind of funny at the moment. I mean, this tells you when I'm recording it, but there's been a whole story with Bungie getting possibly bought out by Sony, and maybe by the time this happens, that's happened or it hasn't happened or whatever. But of course, the joke there kind of was that, of course, Bungie didn't particularly like working under Microsoft as a company. So they left. They bought themselves out and they became their own. You know. Oh, there we go. There's the Marine that takes the Ghost. But yeah, they decided to become their own company. But they signed a deal with Activision, and then they like unsigned that deal with Activision, or they didn't redo it, and then kind of it didn't go well for them, because now obviously they might get bought by Sony. Sorry, what just happened there was I kind of realised as I was doing the commentary, because obviously I do the commentary after I've edited the footage together. If you're unaware of how this series works, I'm not doing the commentary live or anything, obviously. And I don't have a script or anything when I do these, but basically, yeah, I kind of just realised there that I have like ideas that I know what happens in it, but I kind of just realised that I messed up a little bit in editing. Because I cut on, when I die, obviously I have to cut on the checkpoints, where the checkpoint done thing appears. And there was 2 checkpoints right there that were very close to each other. I guess it was loading something in between, loading this next section of the level. And I cut on the first one, and then you immediately went to like a shot of me further up in the cave, and I was like, that's not right, as I was doing it, but I didn't obviously say that. So I was just kind of trying to finish my train of thought there a little bit, but that's why I may have sounded a little bit not focusing on what I was saying, because I was like, I need to hurry up, get this out of the way, and actually go back and fix that in editing before I actually continue this, before I forget. Because we don't want anything cut out, even though it wasn't really anything important, but yeah. The reason why I was really annoyed that I died during this section, by the way, because I actually killed everything there without using the tank. And then I got out to fight those hunters, and I killed one of them, and then I kind of got killed by the one, and it put me all the way back there. Whereas I literally could have just driven down here and pressed the button, couldn't I? But I suppose doing that would have been an issue anyway, because now we're going to get to the section which really, really annoyed me, which is here. As we go through this not unnatural formation cave, which is all these elites and turrets and stuff here. The amount of times that I just died in this section from the Scorpion not basically immediately firing in front of me was ridiculous. I'd shoot that, like I'd blow up that turret, like I would get through this section. It was going over the bridge over there that was the problem, or the bridge I should say to the left. You notice me getting out here to actually kill like some of the grunts and whatever, because I'd end up getting to the end, I'd kill all the enemies and I'd be like, oh, there's one left, and I'd go to kill the grunt, and then it would, because it would like run round the side of like one of these things, it would immediately blow me up, and I was like, you're kidding me. And I'd start all the way back there. Seriously, it was about 6 attempts this section took me. I don't know why. I also pushed that off the edge because those grunts there, they kept just... Because the turret for some reason didn't blow up the actual turret. Because the turret on the Scorpion didn't blow up the... You can see what I mean. Like you'd think that wouldn't have been a problem, but it just kind of was. Also, I went to old school graphics here for some reason. I don't know why I did, but I think I accidentally stuck on them for a while. And I didn't actually realise until we'd left this area. I think I was just doing it just to see where the original boundaries for stuff was, because I was kind of like, I'm hitting objects that I really shouldn't be hitting. But I also just think the Scorpion aiming in this game is not great. You'd think it would line up with those with the 2 arrows, but it's not. It kind of aims above that, and it's really stupid, in my opinion. But yeah, you'll see me get out of here, out of the tank in a second to kill some of the enemies. Or at least staying back so I don't blow myself up. Because I was being very careful there, because I knew if I'd hit that rock I would have blown myself up. And then basically that's it, we're at the end here. So yeah, I've been RobtheMod, thanks for watching part 11 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, even though it doesn't look like the anniversary version at the moment. But yeah, thanks for watching part 11 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. I will see you next time for more, where we will return to the anniversary graphics. But for now, hurrah! Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 12 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. Rolling Thunder is the part of, well, the name of this section of Assault on the Control Room. It's kind of funny because I immediately get out the tank and into this ghost. And yeah, for some reason at this point I still hadn't realised that I hadn't turned the graphics back to the anniversary version, which was kind of embarrassing. You'll see in a second when I get up here. When I turn it back over. I suppose it's because it's such a dark area, it doesn't really matter. Because the cave is so dark, I couldn't really... What also doesn't help is, when you're watching stuff like this, the screen is slightly brighter than it actually is for me. Because I have a HDR display. I'm kind of hoping that Halo 2 Anniversary, when I record it on the Xbox Series X, there we go, changed it now, obviously. But when I'm kind of hoping, because I'll be recording that in 4K, obviously, with HDR, I'm hoping that it kind of shows a little bit better than it does here. It kind of, non-HDR games, they're a lot brighter when I look at them in editing than they actually are on my screen. But there's a lot of dark areas in games where, for me, it's especially true. It hasn't, well, I never actually released it. I hope to release it at some point. Basically, if you remember when I did, at the end of Halo Reach Remastered, I actually mentioned, oh, I'm going to do Doom Eternal, and then I'm going to move on to this game. And then I just didn't, I just moved straight on to this. And the reason being, the reason why I did that, oh, by the way, there is an invisible elite here, I want to just point this out. Well, he's around the area outside, and he just kind of, there he is. He just pops in here, and he actually killed me the first time in this section. I also want to point out the ghost controls in this are very weird. It kind of like spins backwards even though I'm going forwards at some points, but yeah. Also, you can't get out of here. These doors don't actually recognise vehicles, which is kind of weird. So I have to kind of get out of here by doing the jump, which I don't really want to do, but... because I kind of thought this is where I needed to be, but it's not. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, yeah, that. I don't understand how I managed to flip the ghost around like that. Anyway, Doom Eternal. Yeah, I kind of want to do that. I kind of recorded like 9 episodes of it, and then I was like, oh, 8 episodes, and then like level 9 was like ridiculously hard because it introduces a type of enemy that just continually spawns new enemies. And I was kind of like, I'm not releasing this until I've actually finished the game. I'm not putting Doom Eternal on hiatus or anything. So that's what I was kind of like. And, yeah, so eventually at some point I will actually move on to Doom Eternal and finish it. It's just at the moment, it's on my list of games to return to, or games to cover. It's just, at the moment, I literally just cannot be arsed with it. So, yeah. I mean, it's probably going to be when I finish all the Halos, to be honest. Might be when I finish Halo 4 Anniversary. We'll see, like I said, because I don't know if I'm going to be doing Halo 5 again and Halo Infinite with the Series X graphics. Anyway, yeah, basically, what I was on about, what was I on about that? What made me come up with Doom Eternal? It was something about, what was it about Doom Eternal that made me think, I'm going to have to re-listen to my audio now, because I've lost my train of thought, but there was something about Doom Eternal that made me bring that up. Oh yeah, it was the HDR, wasn't it? Yeah. So basically, there's a bit in Doom Eternal when we're fighting this giant like spider robot thing. If you've watched Doom, if you watched like the Doom 2016 Let's Play commentary thing, you'll know what I'm on about. But I think it's in the original game. I could be wrong. But basically, anyway, we fight this giant robot spider thing.
I thought the Covenant had eliminated all the Marine
And I'm in one of the levels, and I'm looking at the footage in editing, and I'm staring literally, because I can't progress through the level until I've killed this thing. Until I've killed all the enemies. And this thing's like hidden itself on the ceiling in this dark patch. And when I was actually looking at it in 4K in HDR on my monitor, I could not see this thing. It has like, apart from its like green glowing eyes, which I couldn't really see for whatever reason, because it was facing the wrong way, I think. I noticed that in editing. But like, I could not see this thing at all. And I was like, well, I can't progress because I haven't killed everything. And then eventually I found it. And then I was looking at editing, and there was points where I was literally just staring straight at it. And I was like, how did I miss that thing? And then when I because when I edit footage, when you record in 4K HDR or in anything, I don't know what it is about what OBS format like I record it in, but Sony Vegas or Magix Vegas, as it's properly known now, it doesn't really seem to like footage. It seems to like, if I'm even at 1080p, it's terrible. It just kind of, it will render it fine and everything. It's completely fine with it. But and it's not like it's my computer graphics card or anything, or my CPU or whatever, because any footage that I've actually, if I record something, render it out in 1080p, and then do it again to do the commentary over it, for example, if I did that, or even if I did it at 4K, it will play smooth. It's just something about the codec that Vegas doesn't like. And so I have to like record, when I do the commentaries and editing and stuff, I edit stuff at like 480p, and then I replace it in Vegas with the actual full either 1080p or 4K version or whatever. And yeah, that's kind of what I had to do for Doom Eternal. So when I'm looking at stuff in the 480p, obviously it's not in HDR because 480p wouldn't support anything like that. Whereas obviously the actual 4K HDR footage would. And the thing about HDR as well, by the way, is it's kind of awkward because when you upload it to YouTube, if you don't have a HDR monitor, everything will seem as if it's not in HDR. It's only when you actually have a HDR monitor itself that you actually will obviously see the stuff, which is what makes it kind of really awkward, because I'll be mentioning something like, oh, I can't see this, and then obviously some people watching will be like, yeah, but it's plainly obvious, how do you not see that? Because I'm literally, like, what I'm looking at is actually completely different than what you're seeing. It's honestly, HDR's worth it. It makes, like, it's not with bright things, obviously, it's not as much of an issue, because obviously if it's bright in SDR, it's just going to be brighter in HDR. I don't really know how to describe what HDR is if you're unaware, but it's something where it, like, adds more brightness data between the two, like, extremes, basically. And it's worth it, but it's kind of annoying when you're like recording stuff like that. Because, you know, there's just things that I either can't see that you can clearly see on the screen, or I can see in editing and whatever. It's just annoying. But when you're actually playing a game, it's well worth it. That's all I'm gonna say. So if you want to look out for like a 4K HDR monitor, I'd recommend getting one. To be honest, it's not just like it is absolutely worth it. Basically, that's what I'm saying. If you're on the fence about it, I mean, I don't know why you'd be listening to me for advice on that, but it is worth it. And hopefully by the time, you know, this video actually comes out 2 years in the future, then maybe there will actually be more common, And maybe my explanation would not actually have been needed, because people would be like, you're talking to us like we're babies. We already know how HDR works. We've had it for 2 years now. Or a year. But yeah, that's the thing. Again, I'm still kind of annoyed that I didn't actually check to see if those arrows were there on the original version. I don't think they are. In fact, I'm almost certain they're not. I think they added it just because people were absolutely confused on where they were supposed to be going. And we've got another long elevator ride, or lift as it says in this. I believe it said elevator on like the original version, right? Again, I need to check like my original episodes. I can't. Obviously, the last time I looked at them was when I did I had to edit the full journey together, and even that was like a year ago from when I did this. So yeah, I can't remember. And even then, it was just a vague. Let's just put all these into a file and then combine them and cut out the intros job. And it wasn't, and add a black border instead of the stupid Insane Gamers cat one that we had back in the day. Yes, that was. You watched the original Halo combat. I mean, I don't really want you to, because it's the first, one of the first Let's Play series I ever did. But if you ever want to see a difference, kind of in the quality of the videos on the channel, I recommend you watch some of the early Let's Plays. There's something, I kind of watch them and I'm like, really? Why are you doing a stupid accent like that? Why are you saying stuff like that? Why are you talking, I'll do like a incredibly posh British accent for no reason in the middle of a sentence. I'm like, or I'll say something like, I mean, for example, here's an example of early installment weirdness, as they call it on TV drops. I was not called Rob when I originally did the intro. We all, because the Insane Gamers was a group, we all had code names. So I was actually Hazard, because it was off my game tag, which obviously we had prior to the Insane Gamers. And it also didn't help, there was another Rob, there was Robert Weimer. So we actually did, it was quite funny, we did a Red Dead Redemption multiplayer series together, which obviously doesn't exist anymore, but on the channel. But yeah, he was known as Red because he had ginger hair. All these things, we all had stupid code names, and it was kind of like, let's just actually use our real names, especially when it was literally just mainly me, Chris, and Paul towards the towards the middle, and then obviously it was literally just me for a bit, and then that's how the channel became RobtheMod, if you're unaware. That's why, there's content where I'm Rob from the Insane Gamers, and then it's, hi, I'm RobtheMod. And then when I've been making this the content re-available, that's why you just get RobtheMod content randomly in the middle of stuff. I mean, there's games I've put on hiatus and then I came back to them, but I decided to make the, Gran Turismo 6, for example. First 68 parts of Insane Gamers ones, and then I kind of came back to it when I became RobtheMod, and then while I've been making these really available, I've been thinking, well, why would I put it on hiatus again? I'm just going to make them available. And then, as if it's a full Let's Play that was all done at the same time. It just makes sense to me. And then that obviously has 102 episodes in total now. Yes, that's a very, very long Let's Play. I think that's the longest Let's Play I've done. And that's the awkward thing as well. I want to do all the Gran Turismo games. I've mentioned this when I was doing Need Speed Undercover. There are so many games I want to cover on the channel and not enough slots. I mean, obviously, I want to do, as I've mentioned here, I want to do the rest of the Halo franchise. I want to do Galgun. Obviously, I want to do Doom Eternal. I mean, I've got a list of all the games I want to do. So I want to finish Watch Dogs, which should be going out at the moment in time. I want to do the Bad Blood DLC for that game, because I've never actually played the DLC for it. I mean, this list is literally just stuff that I've wrote down, and it's not everything. I mean, the Gran Turismo's not on this, but I want to do Ratchet & Clank Tools of Destruction, I want to do Grand Theft Auto Chinatown Wars, I want to do Ape Escape 2, I want to do the DLC for Spider-Man 2018, Halo 2 Anniversary, obviously, I got that written down. Need Speed Shift and Nitro, I want to do all the Need Speed games, I want to do Slide 2, 3, and 4, want to finish Mario Golf Super Rush, Galgun 2 Returns and the original, Senga and Kagura games, want to do all those, want to do the Hot Wheels and Rally DLC for Forza Horizon 5, want to do God of War Ragnarok, Super Mario Bros. Wonder, Stray, the free games on the 3D All-Stars, I want to do Dirt 3 because I've never actually, I want to go back and do Dirt 1, 2 and 3. I've never actually played the original Dirt, but I want to start with Dirt 3 and then work my way backwards, basically. Astrobot Rescue Mission, because I've got a PlayStation 4 VR headset that I've just never really used. Watch Dogs 2 and the DLC, and then Watch Dogs Legion. And then, I said all the Need Speed games. All the Ratchet & Clank games. Half-Life on the PC, Bioshock. I mean, yeah, Gran Turismo, as I've said. There's just loads and loads and loads. And then that's ignoring stuff that I just haven't actually ever, like, that's either not out yet. Because, you know, I never would have thought Stray would have been on the list. But it was quite popular. I mean, it won Indie Game of the Year 2022. And I found a copy of it. And I was like, yep. I want to play that. I mean, I recently picked up Assassin's Creed Valhalla for the PS5. That would probably involve me having to do all the Assassin's Creed games before then. And then, you know, there's just I mean, would I have ever wanted to do Galgun before I randomly picked it up on a whim for £5 at CX? Probably not. But now I want to do, you know, the other 3 of those. And then I could literally just look at my wall of games and pick something off. I mean, I can't because it would involve going away from the microphone. But I'm thinking, like, The Crew, Drive Club, because I've, you know, never played that. You know, there's just loads of stuff that I could cover on the channel, and I just haven't, basically. So I think this channel can keep going for a number of years, basically, even just off that list. And there's certain other stuff on there that I've wrote down, but it's kind of, I mean, spoilers, but it's basically April Fool's gags that I'm gonna make into like actual full series. But they're not really April Fool's gags, but yeah, just something where it just comes out and then I'm just kind of like, I'll judge the reaction. I'll record the full thing and I'll judge the reaction, and if it's popular enough on the channel, I'll probably make it into a full thing. I'll release the full thing. Otherwise, it's just, you know, something I've played. I mean, to be fair, let's just say Galgun was not supposed to be a but it wasn't supposed to be an April Fool's thing, but it was that was kind of my judging thing, basically. I was like, we'll see how this does early on, and if it does reasonably well, I'll finish it. And then I did finish it. I mean, I was like, I say that. It was kind of like, I'll do one story, and if the one story does well, then I'll do the extra ones. And then that's how that worked. And now I want to do the rest of them. That's, you know, amazing. But yeah, we fought those 2 invisible. I really should be talking about Halo, you know, and the level, shouldn't I? But yeah, that's. I just have so much stuff I want to do. I mean, it doesn't help that I split these into multiple different things, isn't it? I really should just do Halo or like each level as one giant thing, but lengthwise, I kind of don't want to do that because, yeah, some of them are short, but some of them are also quite long, and it's just. That's just. You can also ignore those. Well, as you can see, I'm kind of ignoring those hunters anyway. Well, if that one didn't run up to me. But you can ignore the other one, I suppose, if it decides to not follow you. Yeah, I'm still fighting this hunter. And, well, the other one's actually going to come in a second because I killed its friend. But I just kind of ignored it. Like, it does actually nearly take me out there, but I kind of just ran away. I bravely fled. And then I went through the exit here. Which I think I possibly could have done last time anyway. Without actually fighting those two hunters, I could have snuck past them. And then there's a bunch of Covenant here. But anyway, yeah, I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching. Part 12 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, Assault on the Control Room Part 2, and ta-ra. Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to Part 13. Unlucky for some, especially unlucky for me in this section, because believe me, the amount of times I died here was kind of annoying. It was this bloody elite, which is why I went straight for him. He kept nicking the Banshee and blowing me up. Actually, to be fair, I don't even know if it was him blowing me up. It seemed like he took the Banshee and then I would just instantly die. And I don't know if that was like a failsafe thing that the game had, or if it was one of the other enemies with Needlers killing me. Because I didn't seem to get the Needler explosion, but I would see, like, obviously those enemies with Needlers. So it was just kind of weird. But yeah, this section is obviously quite short, and I kind of screwed myself over there. By parking the Banshee where it is. But I parked it here for a reason. And that's obviously because when I open this door, finally, there's a shit load of enemies in here. Yeah. And basically I just flew the Banshee in here and took them out that way. Now you can get blown up, but you'll notice the amount of health that I have. I mean, I suppose that also didn't help. Maybe one Needler shot would kill me, I don't know, when you've lost all your shields. But yeah, I got out the Banshee there because it was about to blow up. And then basically we just get around this corner, kill this elite, and then press the button to activate the next cutscene. So yeah, this has been quite a short one. But enjoy the cutscene. I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 13 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. The next level is 343 Guilty Spark. And I will see you for that, hopefully. Ta-ra.
This is it. Halo's control center. That terminal, try there.
You all right?
Never been better. You can't imagine the wealth of information. The knowledge, so much, so fast. It's glorious.
So, what sort of weapon is it?
What are you talking about?
Let's stay focused. Halo, how do we use it against the Covenant?
This ring isn't a cudgel, you barbarian. It's something else. Something much more important. The Covenant were right. This ring, it's Forerunner. Give me a second to access. Yes, the Forerunner built this place, what they called a fortress world, in order to... Wait. No, that can't be. Oh, those Covenant fools. They must have known. There must have been signs.
Slow down. You're losing me.
The Covenant found something. Buried in this ring. Something horrible. And now, they're afraid.
Something buried? Wait.
The captain. We've got to stop the captain.
Keys? What
the weapons cache he's looking for. It's not really... We can't let him get inside.
I don't understand.
There's no time. Get out of here, find keys, stop him. Before it's too late!
information from the captain's dropship was from...
Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 14 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. Part 1 of the level 343 Guilty Spark. And if you're unaware of this level, this is basically the level of Halo. This was... It quite frankly, it's one of the greatest levels in video game history, in my opinion. It's basically this half of it. We're not really going to be fighting that many enemies. You also know it's basically a master class in suspense and stuff like that. For some reason, I could not hit this jackal at all, and I hit it there, and then I just missed again. Literally, I have no idea why I couldn't hit this jackal, but well, I didn't. But yeah, basically, we're getting into this facility. There will be things that you may notice that I'll also point them out, but just in case you don't see them. But yeah, just the way this is a masterclass in like suspense in video games. To be fair, like it's genuinely amazing, and it still holds up. I have actually completely finished the game, by the way. Now I've done the rest of the levels, recorded them all. So I just need to do the commentary on them, basically. I'll tell you what, it's not the next level. Basically, the way the levels in this work is we have 343 Guilty Spark. And then we have the library, which I was absolutely dreading. And I don't know why I was dreading it, because it was not that difficult. The reason why I was dreading it is because people say, oh, it's really difficult. And when I first did this game for the channel, the library, part 2 of the library, it had the subtitle of The Level Where I Rage. Even though I was still doing it like this, I wasn't doing the commentary live, it was just... yeah, it was just such an annoying thing to record and edit and everything, and I was just like, this is absolutely ridiculous. I got rid of the Level Where I Rage bit from the title these days. By the way, this is what this level looked like on the original version of the game. But yeah, just watch that if you want to. Well, it's kind of me articulating why I don't really particularly like that level. Although, like I said, wasn't too like I kind of enjoyed it this time. What I didn't like, and I'll have to go back and rewatch 2 Betrayals, because that's the one that I really had issues with. And I noticed a lot of people actually saying that they think that 2 Betrayals is harder than the library. The game basically just has like a difficulty spike once we meet this type of enemy that well, I spoiled it now, but yeah, we're going to meet a new type of enemy during this. By the way, you can also very easily get lost here, because if you look, I walked around in a circle around this swamp. I was following the lights, and I was like, huh. Because normally the lights are telling you where to go. And yeah, I was looking around, I was like, I've been here. Anyway, the ones after the library, obviously, I just said 2 Betrayals, and then it's Keys, and then it's the Maw, and then that's basically the end of it. But the way you have to go, by the way, is kind of jump up here, and then get on that big tree instead of like I saw those lights down there, and I thought that's where I needed to go, but no, you basically have to follow this this tree that's fallen over. Right, what I will say is, what you haven't, or what you may not have noticed during this, mainly because I didn't really focus on it, but you may have noticed on the mini-map, obviously enemies appear red, but you will see you will see like people appearing in yellow, which is allies. But you can never find them. So where have they gone? What are they? And then you can get kind of glimpses of things in the background that you can't really, you can't get close to, or like basically shadowy figures. And then obviously you have the music that you can't really hear because I'm talking over it. But, well, I shut up a little bit just so you could hear the music a bit there, but yeah. And you'll notice that the only enemy types that we'll come across are grunts and jackals. We won't come across any elites. So yeah, all these little things start eating at you as you're playing through the first part of this level. especially for the first time, you're kind of like, something ain't right here. Because it isn't right. And we'll discover what it is together. Unless you've, of course, seen the original version of the Let's Play, in which, or you've played this game before, then you already know. But if you're just new to Halo, yeah, we'll discover it together. One thing I will say, it's more in the second part of this level, but there is a... Well, this level is kind of like once we've discovered the thing and we have to get out of the facility. This level is kind of a little bit easy to get lost in. Not particularly. You also notice I keep going back and forth here between the two versions of the game, and the reason for that is, well, basically the anniversary version, people say it's obviously people like the anniversary version, but they think that it's added a little bit too much detail sometimes to the Forerunner structures, which I kind of understand what they're saying, but yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you can see all that. There's a load of blood here. This is what people this is people's main complaint. You can see a load of blood here, and then there's a lot less. There's still a lot, but there's a lot less in the anniversary version there. But yeah, we'll exit out of this corridor. I'm going quite slowly just for the tension, to be fair. But yeah, we'll end up in this room. And, well, what I would say is look out, obviously, for the green lights on the doors, because that will obviously tell you where you need to go. Well, part of the other reason why I was going a little bit slowly is I couldn't remember if there was actually any jump scares or anything on this level. So I was going a little bit slow, so I wasn't, you know... There isn't, by the way. Not really. There's one in the kind of cutscene that we're going to get, but apart from that, there's not really any jump scares. There's this guy who's a crazy marine, and I kind of helped him by just shooting him in the head there. Now, fun fact: in the original development version of the game, as they were developing it, I should say, basically you can either shoot him there or you can walk away, and he stays alive. But originally, you were supposed to be able to, you were supposed to walk away, and you'd hear him commit suicide, and they decided it was a bit too graphic. So, yeah. You also notice, look, there's stuff that's, exploded and dead bodies and stuff everywhere. No elite dead bodies, like I said. Just jackals and grunts. It's all just really creepy. And this is what I mean about things getting a little bit confusing on where to go, because you can't... I mean, I went where you're supposed to go anyway. But I was just like, is there another door in here? No, there isn't. You are supposed to climb that ledge. What I was trying to specifically look for is there is a kind of little, well, not an Easter egg, but something you'll see with humans and Covenant kind of together. And I was trying to figure out where it was. Towards the end of the level, to be fair. So yeah, we're in another room that kind of looks a little bit the same. Can't remember if we have to... Oh no, this is the same room we were in, wasn't it? Yeah. It's where we went through before. So we're getting onto the second level there, and then we picked up some assault rifle ammo, which is nice. And this is basically it before we get the cutscene. So yeah, I have been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 14 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. I will see you next time for more, when obviously we continue this level. Nice little health pack there if you need it. But yeah, ta-ra.
mouth, son. Which stuff is your history? It should remind you grunts what we're fighting to protect.
Hey, if the Covenant want to wipe out this particular part of my history, that's fine by me.
This kid, better it than us. You ask them real nice next time you see them, Vicente. I'm sure they'll be happy to oblige.
LZ looks clear. I'm bringing us down.
Go, go, go! Stay close, Jenkins. Mendoza, move it up! Wait here for the captain and his squad, then get your ass inside.
Sir!
Okay, let's move!
Which is weird, right? I mean, look at it. Something scrambled the insides.
What's that? Plasma scoring?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there was an accident, you know, friendly fire or something?
What do we have, Sergeant?
Looks like a Covenant patrol. Badass elite units. All KIA.
Real pretty. Friend of yours?
Nah, we just met.
Right, well, let's get this door open.
I'll try, sir. But it looks like these Covenant worked pretty hard to lock it down.
Just do it, son.
Yes, sir. Bad feeling about this.
Boy, you always got a bad feeling about something.
Sarge, can you hear me?
What's going on, soldier?
We've got contact. Lots of them. They're not Covenant. They're just tearing through us. What the... Oh, no!
Corporal, do you copy? Over. Mendoza, get your ass back up to second squad's position and find out what the hell is going on.
But
I don't have time for your lip, soldier. I gave you an
Sarge!
order.
Listen!
What is that? Where's that coming from, Mendoza?
I don't... There! Yeah! Hold still! Hold still!
Let him have it! Sergeant, we're surrounded. Damn it, Jenkins! Fire your weapon!
There are too many,
Don't
Sarge!
even think about it.
What is it, Corporal?
Jenkins!
Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 2 of 343 Guilty Spark, that's a level, of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, so it's part 15 of that. And yeah, those things are called the Flood, and we're going to kind of have to... Well, there's a bunch of waves of them here. Fun fact, that thing that we just looked down, these guys... A bunch of these guys were supposed to be in there, but the way that this room works is that basically it's waves of enemies and you need to kill all the enemies for the next wave to come. Or there's kind of like a little timer where if you don't kill all the enemies, it will actually spawn the next wave. But basically you have like in the game's internal logic, you kill so many enemies, say you have like 3 of these little guys left, it'll put the next wave coming through. And yeah, because it was going to have these guys come from below where that glass bit was, that we can't really... You can't access it. It's unbreakable glass. It kind of glitched the game out. And that's why that was removed. But yeah, these guys will just break down the doors. And I can't remember how many waves of these guys there is, but there's a few. And obviously, if you've never fought the Flood before in Halo, if you're new to the franchise, and you're going through them technically in like plot order, which is obviously Halo Reach first, and then this. If you've never fought them before, my recommendation is, you want distance. I mean, you won't see that sometimes with me. When you get a shotgun, they're very easy to kill. But you want distance specifically with these types of Flood. And I kind of spoiled it a little bit there, but well, they're here basically now anyway. You get these big guys here, and these guys will just run towards you. I mean, all Flood will run towards you. That's the thing why I'm saying you want distance. They will run toward... They have what is called swarm AI. So they will just run towards you in an attempt to overwhelm you with numbers. So you want to be moving as far back away from them as you can, basically. That is my recommendation. And the assault rifle obviously takes a decent amount of hits to actually kill the big guys. That's why I said you kind of want to get a shotgun, if you can. Not always possible, obviously. I mean, there's another one. And you probably think, these guys are easy, they've got no like weapons or anything. And that's true. That's true. For the moment. I mean, that's another spoiler, really, but we are going to discover some of them with weapons. In fact, a lot of them with weapons. I went the wrong way around here. Supposed to go out through here. Now, obviously, we're trying to find our way back to the elevator. There's also those poor... I don't know why I'm calling them poor Covenant, but yeah, those poor Covenant getting, like, overwhelmed there. So yeah, Covenant and Flood will fight each other. And most of the time, Flood will overwhelm them. And you're just going to have to deal with that. Deal with the survivors, basically. And, well, specifically in this level anyway, and the next level, the library, they can come from anywhere. It kind of... That kind of stops happening once we get to, like the level after the library. Because at that point, we are kind of just fighting our way... We're kind of fighting our way back through levels we've already played through. 2 Betrayals is Assault on the Control Room again, but in reverse. And then Keys is Truth and Reconciliation again, but kind of in a different way. And then the More is basically Pillar of Autumn, but again, kind of in reverse and with a driving section that we didn't actually have. And I guess that's spoilers for the end of the game, but you know, Halo Combat Evolved came out in 2001. If you don't really know, I know there'll be people playing it for the first time, and my opinion of this game is it does still hold up. I mean, it really is a gold standard of the FPS, specifically console FPSs. I know people say Half-Life. I've never actually played Half-Life. Steam give it away for free recently at the time of recording. So I do actually have a copy of it on my PC now. I should get... Well, I kind of had a Half-Life 2 on when I had the orange box on 360, but I don't have the orange box anymore. But yeah, I might at some point go onto those games because they are supposedly quite good, aren't they? But I've just never kind of played them at all. But yeah, we're basically just trying to get out of this facility. And there'll be a section on this level that I'm just going to show you sped up footage of. It's kind of a room that I got stuck in. Not with any enemies, it's just... Well, there was enemies in the room, but I killed them all. But I just kind of got confused on where the hell I was supposed to go. I mentioned this in part 1 of this level, and it was just like, yeah, this section is kind of a little bit confusing if you don't like play it a lot. Like I said, this is like the 3rd time I've maybe played Halo Combat Evolved, I'll be honest. It might even just be the 2nd. Also, notice we're going down in the facility, not up. We don't want to be going further down, but we are. Now this is where we're going to discover Flood that, you know, can actually pick up or use enemies. Use weapons. They can also, you may have noticed them before, reanimate themselves. I think it's, well, I don't know exactly when it happens, how it happens. Some of them just get back up there. I don't know if it's based on like if one of those little spores touches them, or if they just automatically do it. I think, well, actually based on that, it's just when they just randomly do it if you don't kill them enough, I guess. I also went like round a, like, I don't know why I did this. I mean, I picked up an overshield, which is nice, but that's not where I was supposed to be going. Where this Flood was that came out of here with the shotgun before, was where I'm supposed to go. Now, a lot of people get confused in this section the first time, because you see that light bridge and you see it's kind of flickering on and off, and they think it's like a little puzzle where you have to, you know, try and jump over it without falling off. That's not what you have to do at all, obviously. That's why I'm fighting these guys down here. Now, thank God they can't actually see you when you're invisible. Well, I mean, they kind of can. They can kind of, I guess, sense something. I don't know if it's because my invisibility is wearing off here. Probably is. It might also just be that my torch is on for some reason, because I forgot that, like, pressing X in this game has the torch. Because that is the slight, well, not annoyance with Halo, but there are slightly different control schemes between each one. And I use Recon because that was the default for Halo, or for what was it? It was for Halo 3, Recon, was the default control scheme, and that's like really the first Halo that I played. And this is what I was on about with me playing through the games before, like when I said this is either the 2nd or 3rd time I've played through it. I can't remember if my original playthrough on the channel was my first time playing this game, or if this is where the 2 enemies were, by the way, that I mentioned in the last one. There's a jackal and a human that kind of were side by side helping each other at that point. Presumably they discovered the Flood together. I don't know what exactly happened, but yeah, that's what was there. Anyway, yeah, I don't know if this is like the 2nd or 3rd time I've played through this game, because I can't remember if I played through this in Halo 2 before I did the Let's Play, to be honest. See, we come back in the, well, the same room, but we're on the opposite side now, so we had to go around that way to get, like, we had to go around the long way, basically. And now we're in this room, and I can't remember if this is the confusing room or not. This is the slight issue with this area, I guess. A lot of it does look the same. A lot of these, I mean, I guess that's the idea, is to try and disorientate you. But a lot of these areas do look the same, and it is kind of confusing sometimes to work out if you've actually been in this room or not. And it really doesn't help when they've got like dead ends, basically. I mean, there's only really one dead end, I think, but it might even just be that I made a mistake and was on the wrong floor level, basically. But yeah, went through here. No enemies there. You'll notice me checking occasionally. Yeah, we haven't been near because there's enemies in here. And I tried to make that jump and it just didn't work for whatever reason. Don't know why that was, but I tried it. Well, I know that time it didn't work because basically I got below the platform somehow. Don't know how Chief is that small. And you can look at the amount of health that I have there. It's really kind of awkward. And then I finally managed to make the jump. Load of enemies gonna come here. This room seems that... I mean, I kind of was a bit of an idiot here going into this room because I almost got trapped in here, to be honest. Tried to do this entire level without dying. It didn't actually work. But yeah, this is the room that you actually don't want to be in. So you actually don't want to go through that. This is why, well, actually in here, really. This is the room specifically. I sped up this footage because you don't really need to see me walking around the thing repeatedly for killing the enemies, the small amount of enemies that are in here, trying to figure out where the other exit is. I even went into like the original graphics just to see if I wasn't missing something. So I went back in there, back through where I'd already gone, and I was like, let's go back in here, let's look around. Again. Back in first person, have a look at these things, just see that they're not computers, screens basically. Shoot stuff. It's so embarrassing. This is probably literally about like 5 minutes worth of footage I just sped up. Yeah, that's what I meant. No, was that a computer screen that I was supposed to be pressing? I don't know, because I've just sort of like added these. They'll look really cool in Anniversary, but it's just kind of confusing. I even paused it there, did you notice? It was me literally looking up a YouTube guide trying to figure out where the hell I was supposed to be going. And then finally I left and I went back where we came, killed an enemy there, and then went back through here and then like through the other door, and then we're supposed to climb this. And this is also where there's some jackals and humans side by side. But yeah, I'm glad we kind of sped through that footage. Even though it's kind of embarrassing. I wanted to leave it in just to make a note of it. Just because, yeah, don't be like me. And get confused there. I can't remember if I got confused when I did the original Let's Play. I feel like I did, actually. Now, you've got to jump on here and then find the correct door. Because there's 2 doors. And there, I went straight through it. I don't know why, I felt like I tried to go through there and then missed somehow. Maybe that happens at some other jump point later on in this level, I can't remember. This is what I mean about, like, I literally just recorded this footage yesterday, but what doesn't help is finishing the actual game. So all these levels are kind of blurred into one in my mind. Oh no, that's it, I jumped down here, thinking that's where I needed to be. And that's not where you need to be. So we're basically going back into the level where we, like the room where we just were. I don't know why this enemy was in there, because obviously, presumably I'd already killed him. But yeah, we're going kind of back into this room, and I was sure this was the right room, because obviously there's this thing that we're jumping on. That's what I'm on about. So yeah, don't also make that mistake of going the wrong way. Jumping in this game is also so kind of annoying, because I had this problem with Doom as well, especially Doom Eternal. Like, actual platforming in first-person shooters is just terrible. No, I mean, I know that... Also, I love how that enemy's just kind of stuck there. But yeah, like, I know Mirror's Edge existed, but like, no one really wants a first-person platformer. There's a reason why the genre doesn't really exist, so we don't really want platforming in our first-person shooters. At least, specifically, that's me anyway. I mean, there may be a first-person shooter with great platforming section, but I haven't played it. If there is one, let me know. But yeah, this is where we are supposed to go. And yeah, it's a light bridge that we have to activate to go across here. I mean, that's kind of annoying, because obviously the rest of them, you just kind of have to, either the light bridges don't work, or you have to, like, jump down into that section to, like, kill some enemies. And that's what I thought you had to do there. So to be fair, it would... This is a slight issue with this level, obviously. We have no, like, type of AI to help us. And I'm saying that specifically for a reason. I mean, who do you think 343 Guilty Spark is? But, like, he's another AI. He's a Forerunner AI. We'll see him at the end of the level. But basically, yeah, we don't have Cortana in our helmet to help us, and we don't have, like, here you go, Echo 419 or however, being able to like, guide us or to do anything. It's literally, I mean, I know why they did it, but it's literally just like you basically just figuring it out. I don't even really think there's much like information that actually pops up on the top left of the screen. Sometimes you get information telling you what you need to do. I mean, when I said that this game has, like, it's aged quite well, there were parts of it that haven't aged well. In my opinion, at least compared to later Halo games. And by later Halo games, I'm on about like Halo 3 and Reach. I'm not on about like 4, 5, Infinite. Like, I did actually quite enjoy Infinite. I enjoyed the grapple hook mechanic. But that's not what I'm on about. I mean, the difficulty spike on this hasn't particularly aged great. Like I said, 2 betrayals kind of really annoying. And then basically the health pack mechanic, I don't think has really aged very well. And also AI, based on that, grenade was terrible. But yeah, I mean, it's still a decent game, it's just not obviously top of the line like it originally was. Not amazing. It is actually possible, by the way, to get all these Marines to safety. I obviously didn't here, because they are quite terrible. I mean, literally in the game's files, they are literally called Flood. I can't remember if they're called Flood, like... It's some awful, like... the game doesn't expect you to, like, get them to survive, because literally if you get to the end, all they'll just do is just stand there waiting. Nothing even happens to them. But anyway, yeah, I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 15 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. I will see you next time for more. Ta-ra.
Greetings. I am the monitor of Installation 04. I am 343 Guilty Spark. Someone has released the flood. My function is to prevent it from leaving this installation, but I require your assistance. Come, this way.
Chief, I've lost your signal! Where'd you go? Chief! Chief!
We must collect the index before we can activate the installation.
Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 16 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, part 1 of the level of the library. And I was about to say actually that this game is exclusive to the Xbox One, but that's obviously not true because Master Chief Collection is on PC and it has been for a while. And also the original version of Anniversary was on the 360. And of course you can play it on the Series X as well. That first section of the room, by the way, is I died twice. And then I died again later on, one time in the third bit. There may have also been another bit that I just didn't realise in editing. I feel like there was, but I could be wrong. But the library is a very annoying level. I was kind of dreading it. I don't know why I was dreading it, because even though I died 3 or maybe 4 times, I'm not sure. I feel like when I played this the first time on the original 2001, version of the original Xbox version of the game, the non-anniversary version, and you can watch that original Let's Play. It's kind of embarrassing, but you can watch it. I feel like that was just so much like worse, my gameplay back then, for this level in particular. Now the level after this, 2 Betrayals, I'll have to check my original gameplay of that, but it's just kind of... I feel like I did worse on that this time, but I don't know, that's the thing. I have not seen that original, like, Let's Play. Really, since it came out, obviously since I was editing it, I kind of looked a little bit at it when I started doing the full journeys, because obviously Halo was very easy to do a full journey of. You just take the... If you're unaware of what the full journeys are, by the way, if you're new to the channel, it's where I take the already existing Let's Play and I combine them into one video, or 2 or 3 in the case, like, because YouTube only allows 12 hours as a maximum video length. But yeah, it's just for people that kind of don't want the individual Let's Play episodes. And I know some people may not actually like the fact that I split like these levels into multiple parts, and I should probably just do them as all one, but it's what I kind of do. Also, I got an achievement here, Delicious Brains, kill 100 Flood. You know what's really annoying? There's like an achievement, I believe, for killing... I don't know if it's for killing 5,000 Flood, or if it's 5,000 enemies in total. I'm going to assume that it's actually means across all the, like, 6 games on the collection. Technically 4, because the ODST and Reach you have to download separately. They were DLC. But, yeah, I think it's across all the games. So, I may get that achievement when I start Halo 2. But, yeah, I'm really, really close to unlocking it. And if it's just for Halo CE, I'm going to be really annoyed. Because I'm literally at like 4,900 and something. And I'm just kind of like, ugh. So I hope it works as I'm playing Halo 2. But if it's just for Halo CE, that's kind of annoying. Because of course I have completely finished this game now. The campaign. I've got all the footage ready to do the commentary on. If you're unaware, the library is 4 parts. And a lot of people... It's not just me that doesn't like this. Like, a lot of people hate this. Now, admittedly, a lot of those people probably play this game on Legendary or high difficulties. I only play on normal. And I know some people will probably be like, yo, wimp. When you're doing a Let's Play, even though I'm doing the commentary after the fact here, I like to play on lower difficulties. Because when you're talking and you're playing a thing, it makes sense. And when I started the original Halo Let's Play, obviously, the first 2 episodes I did the commentary live and it didn't go well and I decided to split it into this, but because of that I've always just recorded it normal. I have done Heroic before on Halo 3 specifically. But yeah, I'm not really one, to be honest, for high difficulties in game. I like normal. That's usually... I mean, if a game is a little bit easy on normal, maybe I'll put it on a higher difficulty if I'm playing it by myself. But to be honest, I don't really play a lot of games by myself now. I just normally do Let's Plays, to be honest. There's a couple... I mean, I play The Sims 4 by myself, but yeah. Anyway, this is a... I mean, to be fair, I've always used these series as a kind of little vlog. But yeah, a lot of people do not like this because basically there's obviously a shitload of Flood, as you can see. And also, they just kind of, like, you have to wait around in certain areas for Guilty Smack to do stuff. And he kind of just really doesn't care about you. He's like, oh, I gotta check this. Oh. And then about 15 million Flood come, and you gotta kill them. Obviously, I'm exaggerating with the amount of Flood there, but I tell you, the shotgun is obviously a good weapon for the Flood. I don't know if I really used the shotgun when I originally played this on the original Let's Play, so maybe that's why I was having trouble. But yeah, I really remember having a lot of trouble with this, and I mean, the original thing of Part 2, it used to be uploaded. I've changed the title now, but it was originally uploaded as the Library Part 2 or The Level Where I Rage. I removed that second part of the title because there was no need really for it, because obviously if I was doing the commentary after the fact, it's just mainly me complaining. But I mean, that was a pretty good sticky grenade there, in my opinion. I'm glad that they can't actually shoot through this thing in the floor, by the way, because otherwise obviously you'd fall to your death. But another thing that people don't particularly like about this level is the fact that a lot of it does actually look the same. I mean, that's the issue that all the Forerunner structures have, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, I can't believe that one. I need to look at like what the Flood enemy type names are as well. I used to know them. Like, there's combat forms, obviously, which are the ones that do it, and then I can't remember what the other two are. That's what obviously original graphics look like. I think I kind of really forgot to do that for the last two levels of the game, which is kind of annoying. But because I tried, basically I didn't. Did I promise it? I don't know. But basically, I've always liked to compare the original graphics with an anniversary option, if it gives you the option. But anyway, we're getting right up towards the end of this first part of the level. Once we go through here, we're going to get on this elevator. So yeah, I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 1 of the library, part 16 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, part of the Master Chief Collection. And I will see you for the next part. Ta-ra! Right, hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 2 of the library, part 17 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. And yeah, we're going up this elevator. Oh, it's already reached the top. And as I mentioned in the last episode, I think Guilty Spark's thing just kind of scared me at that point there. But yeah, as I said in the previous episode, the original upload of this for the original version of this, you know, the non-anniversary version of this game, it was entitled The Library Part 2 or The Level Where I Rage. And obviously there was something, it must have been I got stuck at this section and I just couldn't progress. And I think I have a feeling I know what it is. We're going to get to it in a second. I feel like it was this room. And a little corridor we're going to be doing afterwards. I'm just going to call those flood bursters. I don't think that's actually what they're called. I really should look it up between part 2 and part 3 of this. In fact, you know what? I can look it up now because I do have Chrome open. So let's look up Halo Flood Forms. There we go. Flood Species, Halopedia, Halo Wiki. So obviously this is from the Halo Wiki. God, there's so many, like, there's so much useless information on here. Flood. Right, yeah, okay. So, we have infection forms, which are the very small ones. We have pure forms, which are what I called combat forms in the last one, because I've always heard that term as in the Halo community. So I don't know where pure forms came from, but whatever. And then we have carrier forms, which are the ones that kind of, you know, the ones that explode. Oh, hang on. No, I was right. Wait. Right. It's because I've got all these different bloody things. Let's look at all these. Because then you've got carrier forms, flood spawner form, and this is all just... I don't understand. Right, the tadpole isn't the thing. pod infector is possibly... Yes, right. The infectors are the little small ones. Fine, fair enough. The carrier forms, there we go. The carrier forms, the ones that explode with all the stuff. And then we have the combat form, which is the ones that we actually fight. Yeah, so that's the important information. Have we actually gone through that little corridor yet? Because I haven't been looking at the video footage. Well, I've been on the Halo wiki. Let me have a little look a second. Okay, so I just quickly went through. We have not gone through the corridor, which I feel was where I just had so much trouble when I originally played this game. I know it's on this section. Obviously, otherwise the original version wouldn't have been called the level where I rage. But I think it's just a combination of just the amount of flood, especially like maybe this area. I don't know. I was trying to scavenge for a weapon here. Found that assault rifle. Here's a fun fact. I've also been playing a bit of Watch Dogs while I've been doing these. Normally, at the moment... Oh, these are what I mean by the corridors, like where these things come out of. Where those combat forms came out of. I can't believe I missed for that grenade, by the way. Yeah, that's what I mean. You gotta go down there. And I just remember, like, there's another one of these corridors later on in the game, and it's just... Or the level, I should say. And it's just so annoying. Because it just puts those carrier forms in here, and it's just awful. Because they just explode so close to you, and then, you know, once they explode, it takes away your health, and it's just, ugh. But yeah, as I said, I've been playing Watch Dogs. Normally, as I've been recording stuff, I've just been recording the games and then editing the videos and just putting them, you know, releasing them like... Well, not releasing them yet, but recording the game, finishing it, and then moving on to the next one. I didn't used to do that. I've said before, the way I used to do things is I would say... Well, in regards to Halo, I would record one level. So even if it was 4 parts, then I'd have... And that would be like 2 weeks worth of videos for Halo. But typically I'd record like the 2 videos for that each game had a week. And then just do it that way. And I would but the problem there was I was just kind of sucking at games because I'd go back and I'd be like, oh, what's the control scheme between this and this? Especially when you're playing like multiple of a game that's, say, the same genre. Like if you have 2 racing games, but they have slightly different controls, things can get confusing. Like I said, I stopped doing that. So what I've been doing is I've been basically playing a game to completion and then moving on to the next one. Kind of, I mean, I've done that with Halo, obviously, but commentary-wise, you know, you do eventually run out of things to say. And it's not like I'm a Halo master where I can tell you exactly what, you know, you need to do to progress through a level. Obviously, you can watch the footage and see where you need to go, but yeah, it's, you know, I'm not amazing at the game is what I'm implying there. I mean, I think we all know that. I mean, if I was absolutely amazing at the game, I'd be playing on Legendary and I wouldn't even be having any deaths or anything. But also, you know, I probably would have had to put my entire life into playing Halo to do that. And that's not happening. I do like to play a variety of games. Don't know where that guy came from, unless he was a reanimated one. I think some of them are. Some of them, before they reanimate, yeah, that's definitely a reanimated one. But some of them, they take ages before they reanimate. Really annoying. I think this, like, this section may have been where I was raging a lot, because just the amount where they just come and you can't. It's basically you can't avoid them at that point. They come from both directions. Don't know where these little guys came from there, and you can't go down there. As you can see, that was blocked off. He'll explode. Almost taking out my health. Yeah, the shotgun is very, very, very useful to fight the Flood. I mean, that is the advice I can give you. If you can get the shotgun, you need the shotgun. Now I've got to try and run away from these guys while my health regenerates. That's the other thing about this game. It just, look, they nearly always end up blowing up into you. Which is the most annoying thing, and I have no grenades now. I actually watched a kind of reaction video of someone playing Halo for the first time and doing the last level. They've also got one on, like, it's like a compilation. I may go into this more in part 3, but because yeah, this is the end of this section. So yeah, I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 17 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. I will see you next time for more. Ta-ra. Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 18 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, part 3 of the level, the library. And as I said in the last one, at the end of the last one, I said I will continue part of the conversation. So yeah, I kind of saw a reaction compilation of people playing through Halo Combat Evolved for the very first time. And that is a nice thing that obviously the Master Chief Collection has given us, because, you know, if you didn't have an original Xbox, you didn't have an Xbox 360, you know, it's unlikely you were ever going to play Halo unless you were at a friend's house or whatever. I love how there's a health pack up there. Anyway, and obviously with the Master Chief Collection being on PC, gives a lot of people the first. Well, I know there was a PC version of Halo 1 and 2, but like it does give people that was back in the days of physical, and you know, people may not have actually picked it, especially when it never really came out at the same time as the original like version of the game. Like, what was it? Like Halo, the PC version of Halo 1 came out in what, 2003, so it was 2 years after the Xbox version. But yeah, so basically it was people playing Halo for the very first time. Maybe they weren't into first-person shooters. Maybe they just didn't. Maybe they were PlayStation people that moved to PC or whatever happened. But yeah, the reaction compilation was quite interesting because it's people playing 343 Guilty Spark for the first time. And as I said, that level is just a masterclass in tension and environmental storytelling, basically. Especially that first part. There's bits I didn't actually talk about on the way back out, though. If you look at the elevator that takes you down, it's absolutely covered in blood. Which, obviously, implies that, like, either the Covenant jumped to the deaths to avoid the Flood, or they were thrown down by the Flood. I don't know what's worse. This is another one of these like guard the area things while 343 Guilty Spark that like not runs away but like does something. Obviously, when you're playing it, you kind of hear his dialogue. I can't hear it when I do this. My audio's muted, so I don't know why he's gone away. That's the one benefit that Halo Infinite has. The fact that you can have like all the dialogue on for the enemies is something I kind of wish that this game had. Well, I should say the Master Chief Collection had. You can listen to kind of what they say when it's story stuff like this, but you can't hear like what the individual enemies say. And I kind of wish you could. But yeah, there is also a reaction compilation for people playing this level for the first time. I wonder if there's one for 2 Betrayals. Because that would be interesting. Because like I said, when I played this, I felt that 2 Betrayals was harder than this level. I don't remember it being that difficult. I'll have to look at the original Let's Play, like I said. I've not seen that since I did it, but since the full journey. When I had to edit that together. I guess I didn't kill these guys. Would have literally just left them. Yeah, there's just so many enemies. And it kind of makes me wish that I had done the, you know... I mean, I had played Halo 1 before. So it wouldn't have been like a true reaction. But I kind of wish that, you know... I'd done the commentary live. At least for 343 Guilty Spark. But back when I originally did that Let's Play, reaction videos were a thing, but they weren't really a thing for games. Don't look at like the upload date, because this channel is technically a second one. They were done like for another channel before that. So even though I'll say like 2018, it's really more like 2016, 15, whenever it was done. Look at the little amount of health that I have. I think this is why I'm like part 2 was originally called The Level Where I Rage in the original Let's Play. So many that just explode, and I couldn't imagine playing this on high difficulties. Like, I know it's supposed to be like a challenge. To be fair, I couldn't imagine playing 2 Betrayals on a high difficulty. That to me would just be the most annoying thing, I think. Because I had such trouble with that even on this normal difficulty. I couldn't imagine it on a higher one. This one, I know I said I couldn't imagine it, how difficult it would be. I can obviously imagine how difficult it would be. I think with perseverance, I could probably make myself get through this. The length of 2 Betrayals, I think, would just make me... Because I saw someone say, you know, they were playing through it for the first time. And they, like, on Legendary, obviously. And they considered themselves quite good at Halos because they'd played previous ones on Legendary. And they were playing through this. And they basically, on 2 Betrayals, on Legendary, it took them 8 hours to progress, to get through the level. And I was kind of like, no. And that's when I was kind of googling library or 2 Betrayals, which is harder, basically. Because, like I said, I don't remember 2 Betrayals being difficult. But maybe that's just a false memory, and I'll have to look it up. Look up the footage, but yeah. Glad these guys stayed down. And I'm glad these sentinels have come to help. Yes, time is short. Look at all these guys. I mean, I'm glad the sentinels can kind of help, but you just kind of wish... I mean, that'd be... I was going to say... On Legendary, it'd be kind of helpful if the Sentinels were kind of with you all the time to make it a little bit easier, but I suppose that's where the challenge is, isn't it? Anyway, I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 18 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. on the Xbox One, part of the Master Chief Collection. This has been part 3 of the library. We've reached a checkpoint there. So yes, this is the final elevator that we have to ride up. It goes quite slowly. But yeah, I will see you for the next one. Ta-ra. Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 19 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. Part 4 of the level, the library. And what I believe is the shortest section of the level. Now, before we get going, and speaking of short, I do actually want to mention something. So, the next part is going to be, the next level is 2 Betrayals. And during the first part of 2 Betrayals, you won't hear any commentary from me. But that won't be part 1. The reason being is when I originally did, this was kind of stupid of me to be fair, but when I originally did the original Let's Play of Halo Combat Evolved, basically what happened is 2 Betrayals is split into 4 sections. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3 and Part 4 obviously. But there's also technically a 5th section right at the beginning, because as you know, the level technically starts, or I count a section of each level when that you get the black border and you get the name of the section up. That's how I split these, and that's why 343 Goatee Spark is only 2. It's why Gravemind in Halo 2 is only 1, because there's only that one section at the start of the level. Well, with this game, with 2 Betrayals, there is technically, you get the opening cutscene. You get a little fight against something. Not technically going to spoil it. But you get a little fight against something. And then the level properly starts with that thing. So, in the original Let's Play, basically I said it was 2 Betrayals, the prologue. And it's kind of a dumb idea by me. Because it's literally like a... Like, if I was to do the intro, it'd literally be like, "Hi, I'm RobtheMod, welcome to part 20 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, the prologue of 2 Betrayals," and now that's the end of the level. Literally, it's not very long at all. It's probably about like a 20-second fight. That's why I'm not going to do any commentary on it. I'm not going to bother introducing myself or doing an outro or anything. I'm literally just going to be like, here's the thing without any commentary. So, if you're watching that, obviously don't expect any commentary. Expect it from part 1 onwards. Kind of a dumb... I mean, I did actually do it during, the original Let's Play. I did the... and if you're wondering why I'm copying that, basically just... I feel like it kind of makes sense. What's the point of, like... If I'm going to do it, I'm doing the Let's Play, I may as well split the levels in the identical sections that I did before. I mean, I think that's the only time I ever really did it, so... Yeah, it's... something I kind of wish it's a mistake I wish I hadn't done, but I've done it now, and therefore, this is done the exact same way. By the way, if it's not obvious, we're kind of towards the end of the library now. Basically, this is the last hallway. You can actually just run away from the flood, I feel, at this section. I mean, look how... I mean, I went back and got some of these guys, but... yeah, basically... Actually, I think the reason I had to come back is because it's through that door. Yes. And then... I mean, look at the amount of these guys. That is ridiculous. And also, you have to run towards Goatee Spark, and I ran to the left to re-get my health. And that was probably a really bad idea, because you actually can't get round. But it did let my shields regenerate a little bit, so yeah. And then I just made a run for it. So yeah, I have been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 19 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, part 4 of the library. I hope you watched 2 Betrayals, the prologue, and I thank you for watching that if you are. And yeah, hurrah.
The energy barrier surrounding the index will deactivate when we reach the ground floor. requires that I take possession of the index for transport. Your organic form renders you vulnerable to infection. The index must not fall into the hands of the Flood before we reach the control room and activate the installation. The Flood is spreading. We must hurry. Which means that any organism with sufficient mass and cognitive capability is a potential vector. Is something wrong?
No, nothing.
Splendid, shall we? Oh, hello. Unfortunately, my usefulness to this particular endeavor has come to an end. Protocol does not allow units with my classification to perform a task as important as the reunification of the index with the core. That final step is reserved for you, Reclaimer. That wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh, really?
Cortana.
I've spent the last 12 hours cooped up in here watching you toady about, helping that thing get set to slit our throats.
Hold on now. He's a friend.
Oh, I didn't realize. He's your pal, is he? Your chum? Do you have any idea what that bastard almost made you do?
Yes. Activate Halo's defenses and destroy the Flood, which is why we brought the index to the control center.
You mean this?
A construct in the core? That is absolutely unacceptable.
Sod off!
What impertinence! I shall purge you at once!
You sure that's a good idea?
How dare you? I'll...
Do what? I have the index. You can just float and sputter.
Enough! The Flood is spreading. If we activate Halo's defenses, we can wipe them out.
You have no idea how this ring works, do you? Why the Forerunners built it? Halo doesn't kill Flood. It kills their food. Humans, Covenant, whatever. We're all equally edible. The only way to stop the Flood is to starve them to death. And that's exactly what Halo is designed to do. Wipe the galaxy clean of all sentient life. You don't believe me? Ask him.
Is it true?
More or less. Technically, this installation's pulse has a maximum effective radius of 25,000 light years. But once the others follow suit, this galaxy will be quite devoid of life. Or at least any life with sufficient biomass to sustain the Flood. But you already knew that. I mean, how couldn't you?
Left out that little detail, did he?
We have followed outbreak containment procedure to the letter. You were with me each step of the way as we managed this crisis.
Chief, I'm picking up movement.
Why would you hesitate to do what you've already done?
We need to go right now.
Last time you asked me if it were my choice, would I do it? Having had considerable time to ponder your query, my answer has not changed. There is no choice. We must activate the ring.
Get us out of here.
If you are unwilling to help, I will simply find another. Still, I must have the index. Give your construct to me, or I will be forced to take it from you.
That's not going to happen.
So be it. Save his head. Dispose of the rest.
Look out.
Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 1 of Two Betrayals and part 21 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. So if you've watched the prologue, thanks for watching that. I know I didn't do any commentary during it. But basically in regards to that, the reason why I did that, and I didn't really want to do it, but basically when I did the original Halo Combat Evolved Let's Play, very, very, very long time ago. It was kind of when I was kind of getting used to you. That's why these are all split into like bits as well. Like if I was starting this from now on, from what I've known, I'd probably just have the entire levels as one section. But back then, I split these into, you know, multiple bits, and that's what I've always done for Halo. I mean, the reason why I did that is because I didn't do it for the first 2 levels of this game. Obviously, the original game. So yeah, that was always my like. I did the commentary live during those, and it was just terrible. And at that point, that's when I was like, I'm going to split these into sections, and I'm going to do the commentary after the fact. So it's easier to record the commentary. Like these days, I would obviously, if I was starting this from scratch, I would not be doing that. And maybe the anniversary, the remastered versions was my opportunity to do that. But alas, I did not do that. I did it the way that I've done it. So yeah, that's also why the prologue exists, because back in the day, I kind of split this into 5. I did the prologue in parts 1 to 4, and the reason why it's called the prologue is because you get the cutscene, and then you get that little fight against the Sentinels, and then the level actually starts with like the black thing at the bottom of the screen, like, you know, the black bars and the text. That's how I split these. And it's why some levels only have 2, some have 4, some have 3. Gravemind in Halo 2 is 1, just one whole level. That's how I've always decided to split these. This was a really stupid place to go, but some people don't actually know that the sniper rifle is there. So if you're unaware of that, there is a sniper rifle there. It's very useful. I probably should have picked it up because there's a bunch of elites down here that I could have used to hit. But alas, I did not. I mean, they're not elites, obviously, they're just grunts, but there are some elites that we're going to come across. Now, I don't know if it's this level. I actually think it's... I think it's Keys. We start slightly having trouble with this game. And by slightly having trouble with this game, I don't mean anything as in, like, I'm having trouble playing it. But basically, the game starts lagging in certain sections. The reason why I'm saying that is because in editing, I occasionally get these little lag spikes. I don't know why. I think it's... I mean, my file conversions in the background have gone away. I think it's just something to do with, like, whatever file format... Because when I edit these, this is the most really annoying thing about my... I was going to say about my... about how I capture, basically. When I used to have my Elgato, it was a HD60, wasn't it? I'm trying to remember the name of it now because it's been almost a year since I haven't had it. No, actually, it's been about 6 months, to be fair. It's not been about a year because I got it in about April, May this year. So it's been 6 months because I'm doing this in December. But it's been, obviously, when you guys see this, this will be about 2.5, so, you know, whatever. Anyway, the point is, basically, when I have my HD60, capture the stuff, just convert the footage to... Because the Elgato stuff, with the HD PVR, sorry, this is technical stuff in regards to YouTube. When I had my HD PVR, which broke, literally I have no idea what happened with that. The power supply kind of exploded for it. But the power supply didn't explode. But the power, I don't know what happened. Basically, I came to it one day and it was just like it wasn't working. But the plug hadn't exploded or anything. It's just the plug no longer worked. I guess something in it popped, maybe, I don't know, but it wasn't like I was recording anything. It just happened overnight. I guess it was a power surge or something, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, so that broke it. But luckily at that point, I had already had my I'd already got an Elgato HD60. At that point, I was basically doing the using the HD PVR for Xbox 360 stuff and PS3 stuff. And if I'd ever done Wii stuff, I would have done that. And then I had the HD60 for Xbox One stuff, basically. Because at that point, I didn't even have a PS4. This stupid tree, by the way, I hit it twice. It's really annoying. But yeah, so there we go. That was the second hit. It was so annoying trying to blow up this riff. Like, did I hit it a third time there? I think I did. But anyway, yeah, I got the HD60. And the HD PVR, by the way, it recorded in M2TS format. The HD60 records in MP4, as does the 4K 60 Pro that I'm using now. They're both by Elgato, by the way, those last two. The HD PVR was by Hauppauge. I believe that's how that's pronounced. I could be wrong. But yes, anyway. So, for whatever reason, the HD60 recorded in MP4, which is nice. And I don't know if it's specifically to do with the codec that they use, but basically I will convert the 1080p 60 frames a second footage, and in editing it come out really fine on Sony Vegas, which is what I use. And I did exactly the same maneuver, basically the same process I've always done, but with the 4K 60, and you know, this stuff gets recorded in 1080p. The Series X PS5 stuff is 4K, but this is basically, you know, this is just normal 1080. And yeah, basically it just was laggy, so I converted it to 480p, and that lets me edit and watch the footage back properly. And then basically whenever I want to you know, render the actual video out, I then go into the thing and I swap it with the actual nice hit proper 1080p file or 4K file, whatever. But yeah, I don't know exactly why that happens, but it does. And sometimes I even get the lag spikes with 480p stuff, so I guess it's the codec that's like it was used to record with, and the, you know, the HD60 never had that issue. Anyway, this is all totally, completely irrelevant to Halo, although I suppose it's important in mentioning, you know, what we're doing. So we've got to blow these things up. You notice we go into it and it kind of like takes your shields away, and then obviously enemies spawn, which is very mean by the game, because it takes about 9 seconds to respawn your health. And then I was trying to figure out where you need to go, because duh, you gotta go through the other door, right? That's how this works. No, you gotta go back through the door that you came from. So don't be an idiot like me. But yeah, basically that's it. So I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 21 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, part 1 of the level 2 Betrayals. And I'll see you for the next time. So yeah, ta-ra. Right, hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 22 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. We're getting in a Banshee, part 2 of level 2 Betrayals. And we just basically got to follow along here. Or not really, to be fair. It just has us actually go back onto this thing. Now, I didn't mention this in the last 2 parts of this, because obviously I didn't mention anything when I was in the prologue, and I didn't mention it in the last one. I also love how I kind of got these guys kind of stuck from coming out of here. That was kind of funny. But yeah, this, if it's not obvious, we're going back now. So this is assault on the control room, but it's reversed. And I kind of wish, I know why they didn't do it, because it wouldn't have made any logical sense. But I kind of wish with the anniversary graphics, because they added those arrows on the ground, because they weren't there in the original version of the game. But I kind of wish that they'd reverse the arrows. But I mean, it's not difficult, you just got to remember to follow the arrows backwards. But yeah, I just wish they had swapped them. Alas, they did not. So you're just following the arrows backwards. Which seems kind of stupid, but that's what they've done. I mean, you could make it make sense in the lore of the... I mean, no, it wouldn't, because obviously at this point, 343 Guilty Spark and the Sentinels don't like you. But I was going to say, you could technically make it make sense by having, like, the, you know, Halo help you by rotating them so it tells you where to go properly. But obviously that wouldn't make, you know, whatever. You could have it make sense by having Cortana have changed it if it was a thing, but well. That's irrelevant. Now, this obviously we've got the shotgun now, which we didn't have previously. And my god, the shotgun would have been very useful previously in this game. Because the first time you get access to the shotgun is 343 Guilty Spark. Feel that's correct? You don't get access to it earlier in the game, do you? No, I'm pretty sure you don't. I seem to remember reading that. Although, even if you're playing on Legendary, you don't actually get access to the shotgun to the library, I believe. Which is kind of interesting. But yeah, we've got to fight both the Flood and the Covenant on this level, and the rest of the levels in the game, which makes this kind of really annoying, because obviously the first part of the game, you're just fighting the Covenant, and then you had that masterful reveal. Masterful, that's what I said. I feel like I said it way too quick. Obviously, I don't know what I sound like when I listen to these. So I'll listen to these back. But yeah, I don't know what happened. I mean, I guess he fired the thing there. And that was that plasma shot that just missed. But yeah, it was a masterful reveal of the Flood. As they just, you know, go to explode my face there. And then, obviously, we had to fight the Flood in just 343 Guilty Spark, sorry. Although we fought a little bit of Covenant at the start, but not really after that. And then, obviously, in the library, we just fought the Flood. And now in this, we're fighting both the Covenant and the Flood. Now, what's really kind of annoying, and I kind of wish that you had the opportunity to, because lore-wise, I suppose it doesn't really make sense, does it? Because we had in the in 343 Guilty Spark, sorry, we had that section where you saw the Covenant and humanity, like the dead bodies, where they were fighting together, and it would have kind of made sense, I suppose, for this if, I mean, like, obviously that elite was going to go for us there. The Covenant do go for the Flood, but I kind of wish they would always go for the Flood over you. Some of them will just stop fighting the Flood and then fight you, and then it's just kind of dumb, because it's like they'll get attacked by the Flood and killed. So I kind of wish that either they would just continually go for the Flood and just ignore you, or like if you killed the Flood in their presence, they'd kind of just be like, oh, and give up. Especially if they were, I mean, I know elites wouldn't do that because, you know, they're supposed to be like proper warriors and all that shit, but you know what I mean, like grunts and jackals kind of makes sense, because you don't want to fight a whole bunch of because this is what happened on this level. I don't remember this level being difficult on the my original playthrough. Like I said, I haven't seen my original playthrough since it came out, really, apart from when I edited together the full journey of it, because the full journeys originally didn't come out when I did the Let's Plays. That was the thing I later started. But, yeah, basically, I kind of just wish, like, they would... Oh, that killed me, by the way, that rocket originally. That really annoyed me. That's why you saw me do, like, the dodge. I was like, I'm not letting that kill me again. But yeah, I just kind of wish that, like, the Flood would just... Not the Flood, the Covenant would give up if they saw you kill a whole bunch of Flood. Like, oh, this guy's keeping us alive. Let's just not... I know he's supposed to be the bad guy and everything, but just let's not. At least for a bit, like, you know... that. I mean, that would be an interesting section of, like, of Halo, wouldn't it? Like, if you had a bit of a story where, like, I feel like that would work for, like, 2 betrayals as, like, the name, wouldn't it? Because obviously we've had the betrayal of 343 Guilty Spark. I don't know what the second betrayal is, really. I mean, is it meant to be the fact that the Covenant aren't, like, helping you? I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's meant to be Cortana. That doesn't make any sense at all. But yeah, it would have been an interesting thing if they'd sort of... I love how that guy just pinged right up there as well. And then he fell off the side, which was really funny. I don't know if you just noticed that. But yeah, it would have been an interesting idea for like the Covenant to just sort of be on your side a little bit. I know they did that in Halo 3. Obviously, you have that section where you're fighting with the Flood to deactivate Halo. Which is quite an entertaining section, to be honest, because obviously the Flood betray you after that section, because their goal is done, and now they want to eat you or consume you, whatever you want to say. But I think that'd be kind of interesting with like the Covenant, specifically on this level. Like if they just helped you fight the Flood, and then sort of like you had to fight a bunch of them at the end. That would make sense, but they just kind of go for you anyway, and it doesn't really, in my opinion, kind of work. It makes this level a little bit too tough, I think. Or it could have like made it like plot-wise, that would have been pretty good, because you could have eased in the Flood versus Flood and Covenant like attacks together for the last two levels, and I think that kind of makes more sense. But I'm not Bungie, so, and obviously it was not done, so yeah. Well. But I was just spitballing, and I think that would have worked as a pretty good idea. I'd laugh if I'd actually mentioned that in like the original playthrough. Like I said, I haven't seen that in since it was done, apart from when I briefly edited together the full journey, and even on that, when I say like briefly, so like when I did that, like all I really did is when I do the full journeys, all I really did is with the early ones. I know they're not on YouTube now. Like if you watch the old videos on YouTube, you may see some stupid cuts right at the beginning, and it's because we used to have an Insane Gamers intro, and basically I cut all that shit out because you didn't need to see it. Oh, here's one of the stupidest deaths I've ever had in this game, by the way. I left this in. I normally cut deaths out, but I had to leave this in. Activate the checkpoint. The real footage is on the bottom right there. But yeah, I fell off the elevator and died. I had to show that. So yeah, that's the actual footage of how, after I died. When it respawned me. That was just really stupid. But yeah, when I do the full journeys, not the case now because I don't have an intro. Well, obviously I have my intro spiel, but I don't have like an intro animation, which is what we had as the Insane Gamers. So on YouTube, using YouTube's editor tools, I've cut them all out. But with the way I did it with Halo is that if there was a cutscene, I would always have the cutscene play before the logo animation, basically. And yeah, when I was doing the full journeys, obviously I needed to get rid of those for each individual video, so that's all I really saw. I only ever really saw the opening of each video. I cut the intro out, and the way it worked for like when you got the black bars with the text at the bottom of the screen, you get that, and then it would fade out, and then you get the intro. So basically all I was editing was removing the intros from each section, because Halo obviously 1, they all have that, as does Halo 2. Basically everything until Halo Infinite had those, including Reach and ODST, because I became RobtheMod while Halo Infinite was happening. So Reach Remastered obviously doesn't have it, and this doesn't obviously, but yeah, when I do the full journeys now, I just need to put the files together, basically. It's very easy, whereas
Let's take care of the next pulse generator.
Basically, the older ones required a little bit more editing. That's all I'm going to say in regards to that. It was still going, by the way, and also, I managed to forget, between Assault on the Control Room and this, just how annoying the ghosts are to drive in this game. Don't know how I managed to forget that, because it was literally just like 2 days difference, or maybe 3 days, whatever, between this. But I got in this and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot that this thing handles terribly in this game. And I'm hoping I'm absolutely hoping. Like, I literally... Did I ditch it? No, I didn't ditch it yet. But I'm just hoping that, like, the Ghost in Halo 2 handles a lot better than this. Because I don't know what I'm going to do if it handles terribly. Because I seem to remember, like, it handling a lot better. And I really should have took this Warthog there, to be fair. And why? Because then I would have had Warthog driving practice for the last level of the game. Because obviously the first time you drove a Warthog in this game, it was bloody in, you know, the second level of the game, Halo. So, in the mall, you drive the Warthog again. And by that point, I mean, it had been bloody 6 months between... I mean, this is the first game that I ever... Well, no, is it? I'm trying to remember if the first couple of episodes of this were even recorded with this capture card, actually. I'm trying to remember if Truth and Reconciliation is the first one that was recorded with the if it was recorded with the 4K 60 or if it was recorded with the HD 60. I know obviously I mentioned that in the other part of 2 Betrayals. In part 1, and I was kind of like, this is irrelevant to Halo, but I'm not sure if it is irrelevant to Halo, actually, now that I think about it. Because, yeah, I'm trying to remember if Pillar of Autumn and Halo were recorded with the old capture card or not. I feel like they were, but I could be wrong on that. Obviously, Halo Reach Remastered was. But yeah, anyway, so it's been... Yeah, I think they were, because I started playing it before I'd even got this room redecorated, I think. Or while it was in the middle of redecorating. Just remembering things while I'm doing this. Because it has been a very long time since I played those. The way that was working was I was just... Did I explain it? I think I explained it. Basically, I mean, I may have to explain it in the next part due to the length of this, but basically... if you're unaware, Reach Remastered, because I was getting my entire room like redecorated, everything was getting done, like wallpaper. Well, there's no wallpaper, but like painting. The actual like walls themselves had to get replastered. Carpet, painting the wall. I said painting the walls, didn't I? And then new furniture. Literally everything new furniture. I had to. I couldn't record any footage. Well, I could record footage, but I couldn't do any live commentary because I moved my computer into the other like room, but with no desk or anything, it was just like a really awkward situation where I couldn't have the microphone anywhere. So I was just like, I'm going to play through all of Halo. Because I was like, maybe I can record all the Master Chief Collection. Like, I can do all this, because this was going to take, like, this whole process was going to take a month. Because I beat Halo Reach in about 2 days, because I realised my Xbox Live Game Pass was going to run out and I needed it. And I was like, I'll do ODST whenever I can. Actually, I didn't realise just how out of time we were. So yeah, I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 22 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. I'll see you next time for more, and I'll continue this conversation then. So yeah, ta-ra! So hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 23 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. I keep wanting to say PlayStation. It's because I'm playing Watch Dogs at the same time. I promised, well, it's part 3 of 2 Betrayals. I promised in part 2 that I will continue the conversation, or the story I should say, and basically what happened was that, yeah, I played through all of Halo Reach Remastered in about 2 days. It might have even been in just 1 day, when my room was getting redecorated, like completely redecorated, and my original plan was that I would do this, Halo 2, Halo 3, Halo 4, and then ODST when I got Game Pass back, and then I would just edit those and just, yeah, because it's easier to do than, because I couldn't record live commentary, but I could record actual gameplay, because I had no desk, you see, so there was no place to actually put the microphone other than holding it in my hand, which impossible to do while you're playing a game. I mean, technically I could have wore a headset, but yeah, that wouldn't really have worked, because then I wouldn't have had game audio. Anyway, because my headset that has a microphone is also the headset that I use the game, but obviously if it's plugged into the PC, it's not plugged into the actual, like, TV speakers, even though they're technically, it's input, you know what I mean. Right, so, yeah, and that just didn't happen, because there was just things got in the way, basically. I didn't play through Halo at all. I did, like, I think I was just kind of, I wore myself out with, like, playing through Halo Reach in, like, a day or two, however long it was. I think I was just, like, I did, like, the first 2 levels of this game, and I was kind of like, and I'll do the rest when the room's redecorated, I'll just give it a break. And that was basically it. I was kind of expecting more Flood to come out of there, but amazingly they didn't. And it also kind of sucks that you don't have a vehicle as you go through this section. Like, because those other blast doors wouldn't open. Also, I don't know why the arrows are on the ceiling, because you can't actually look up and see them. But they are. I wonder if that was like they accidentally flipped that the wrong way. But at least that doesn't take too long to walk through. Also, those buttons don't work the other way around. But yeah, that's been the end of part 23. I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching, and ta-ra! Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 24 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. Part 4 of the Level 2 Betrayals. Technically part 5. Because obviously we had the prologue section. Now, these Flood here were so annoying. Because obviously you don't really know they're there. They didn't really show up on the minimap the first time. I did actually die. And the fact that this huge battle is happening, I mean, it's pretty cool, but it's kind of really annoying. Because this is what I said in the previous one, I think it was part 2, where I was on about, like, it's kind of really annoying that the Covenant just kind of go for you instead of focusing on the Flood. I kind of wish, like I said, that... well, first of all, I wish that Banshee wasn't there. Just seriously, I think like I died like 2 times when I did this. One of them was from them Flood, and then the other one was from that bloody Banshee. And I know I could probably hit it with the rocket, but there's no auto-targeting in this game, as there is with well, not previous Halos, other Halos. I think it's Halo 2, isn't it? Also, this bloody grunt here on that turret, immediately, you know, that other one gets on, and then I went on here, and that obviously didn't work as an idea. I mean, yeah, okay, genius solution by me there, and then that Banshee tries to blow me up again. There's just way too many Flood here, and I was like, if I blow myself up, I'm gonna blow myself up if I fire the rocket at that point. Luckily, I did actually obviously manage to survive this in this one, but it's just kind of really stupid. And then I got on the turret because I was like, I'm going to take out this bloody Banshee. Because it keeps going for me, and yeah, it knocked the turret over. And then I just kind of went, nah, not going to bother with you. Now, where we actually, well, at first I went for it in the bloody, because it went low here. But might go for it in the Ghost, couldn't really be bothered again. You can see where we have to get up to up there. But there's no Banshees nearby apart from that one. And for a second I was thinking, do I have to damage this Banshee enough to get the bloody elite out of it so I can actually, you know, steal it? No, that's not how it works. And I don't think you can hijack Banshees in this game. I could be wrong, but I have not actually got close to any of them to try that. No, the way we have to go is along this other section, and this is where I believe this is either where we were first in the tank. No, this wasn't where we were first in the tank. This is where we were first had the Warthog or the Ghost as the option in the control room. The tank was later, wasn't it? The Ghost just handles awfully, by the way. I was trying to remember if that's where this isn't where we came from. That's just like another section. And then there's Flood with rocket launchers. But yeah, the There's this little gap that I remember we jumped down. You can actually get the ghost back up, by the way, if you're interested. There we go, that worked. So that's a little tip for you. But yeah, basically there's some wraiths over here that look like they were destroyed from a distance and now aren't. That's a bit weird. Maybe they were just charging up their thing, I don't know. But I just ran and I just got the Banshee. And I got the hell out of there, basically. I was like, can't be bothered with those two wraiths. Can't be bothered fighting any Covenant. Apparently that is a right ball ache to do, by the way, on Legendary, and I can imagine it. This entire level I can imagine being an absolute ball ache on Legendary. But yeah, we're flying back to where we need to be. And because I didn't kill the other Banshee over here, I think it goes for me, actually. I know those Sentinels do, obviously. You've also got to be really careful when jumping out of the Banshee in this, because it just falls straight down. I know that was the kind of thing that happened in previous Halos as well. Or next Halos, I should say, really. But I think this is like the first time. Like in this level, I think I died like 2 or 3 times from like the Banshee crushing me after I jumped down. And it wasn't even that far off the... Oh, it didn't seem like I was that far off the ground. But yeah, it just... I guess I had low health and then the Banshee just fell onto me and I just died. Obviously, cut those deaths out. They're not interesting, really, or funny, but... I mean, they could... I suppose they could have been funny, but... Yeah, they weren't really worth it. But yeah, we got to do, basically, the third thing that we've been doing this level. Which is run into the thing and destroy it with our shields, basically. Because Cortana's modified our shields. What really doesn't help is just like the amount of ammo these guys take to kill. But yeah, I mean, we're going to get a cutscene at the end here. So yeah, I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 24 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, the level 2 Betrayals, and I'll see you next time for more. Ta-ra.
Final target neutralized. Let's get out of here.
Let's find a ride and get to the captain.
No, that'll take too long.
You have a better idea?
There's a teleportation grid that runs throughout Halo. That's how the monitor moves about so quickly. I learned how to tap into the grid when I was in the control center. Unfortunately, each jump requires a rather consequential expenditure of energy.
Something tells me I'm not gonna like this.
But I'm pretty sure I can pull it from your suit without permanently damaging your shields. Needless to say, I think we should only try this once.
Do it.
The Covenant network is absolute chaos. From what I've been able to piece together, their leadership ordered all ships to abandon Halo when they found the Flood, but they were too late. The Flood overwhelmed this cruiser and disabled it. The Covenant are terrified the Flood will repair the ship and use it to escape from Halo. They've sent in a strike team to neutralize the Flood and repair the ship for immediate departure. I've got a good lock on Captain Key's CNI transponder signal. He's alive, and the implants are intact. There's some interference from the cruiser's damaged reactor. I'll bring us in as close as I can. Oh, I see. The coordinate data needs to be... Right. Sorry.
Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 25 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, part 1 of the level Keys. And, well, in 2 Betrayals, it was the same as Assault on the Control Room. When I say the same as, there are obviously some differences between levels. Because we didn't get to those like things that we had to go into with our shields in Assault in the Control Room, whereas we did in 2 Betrayals. And it's roughly the same for this, Keys, in regards to the Truth and Reconciliation. But of course there are a few differences in the levels. I couldn't really tell you much of what they are, apart from this early section here. Because obviously we started in the ship, and you'd probably think, oh, well, we do the entire level in the ship. And that does, you know, that would make sense. But unfortunately, you can see that gap there. and we're going to have to jump into this hole. But first we got a cutscene. So yeah, there was a cutscene there, and there's about 2 other cutscenes during this, like in-game cutscenes. But you know what I mean, like in-level cutscenes. There's not really that many of those in Halo, at least I don't think so, like typically, across the different games, but I could be wrong on that. But I don't feel like there is, but obviously there is here. Because we had that one, and then there's one between parts 1 and 2, which I put that at the start of part 2, and then there's one during part 3. And then obviously you have the cutscene at the start of the level and at the end of the level. So in total there's 5 cutscenes on this level, which is kind of interesting. If it's not obvious, we are in the area of like the map where I believe the first part of the Truth and Reconciliation started, where we had to sneak in to get into the gravity lift. That's where we're actually going. But obviously now we don't just have Covenant to deal with, we have Flood. And as I said during 2 Betrayals, they will fight each other, but as you can see in a second, well, I mean, to be fair, I did shoot that elite in the, like, well, in the, I was going to say in the head, it was more in the body. So yeah, they will go for the Flood instead of, sorry, they will go for you instead of the Flood, which is kind of annoying. One thing that did annoy me when I was doing this, and I've explained this before, my old way of recording things, it used to be that, like, say I would have, like, a God of War, I'd have a Need to Be Carbon or whatever, and during the week, and I'd just record those 2 videos of each game during the thing, and then I'd do, like, say, a level of Halo, and however many that was, like, how many I split it into, you know, if there was 3, well, there, I've got 3 videos. If there's, like, oh, if it was 2, well, perfect, because obviously you get 2 videos a week of each game, typically, and, you know, if the level had 4 sections, well, that's great, that's 2 weeks worth of content. The way I was doing this, typically, I was because when I do, like, Watch Dogs, as I'm doing now, I'll just record until, like, the video gets to about, like, an hour and a half. And then, like, obviously that's multiple episodes. Well, I don't really do that with Halo. What I do is I just record the level and then I just end the recording and then just do it that way and start the recording again. I think it's just mainly due to the length of it, to be fair. But I kind of did it for 2 because I was like, well, I'm gonna finish the game anyway. I mean, because I did 2 Betrayals, I did this, and I did the Maw, which is a final level. In the I did it all in one go, basically. Or that was my original intention. Because what unfortunately happened is I recorded 2 Betrayals, and then I was like, right, okay, let's move on to this. And I recorded so much of this, and it went quite well. And I did this section, and I kept dying a lot during this section, which is kind of annoying. But I didn't die a lot during this attempt, and the reason why there was this attempt is because I got a knock at the door, because I got some mail, and I paused the recording. Should have let the recording just continue going? No, I didn't. I paused it. And then I came back, and I forgot to unpause it. And if I was recording with the actual Elgato software, I could have solved that by doing the flashback recording. Although I'm not sure if that would have worked with pausing, but I know it works, like, if you record something and you forget to hit the record button, you can go back for at least an hour. Not with OBS, which is what I actually use to record stuff. So yeah, that was kind of annoying, because it meant I realised, like, when we got to Captain Keyes, that I'd only actually recorded, like, this section, and then I'd forgot to press the record button again, and I was like, oh, I gotta replay the entire level. But it didn't take too long. In fact, I didn't, because I knew kind of, well, where a lot of the enemy spawns were, it wasn't so bad, actually, so yeah. We're almost up to the gravity lift here, by the way. I mean, what's kind of annoying about... I mean, I also love how these guys just jump off the edge. They don't also appear to take fall damage, which is kind of interesting. The elites. But, yeah, what's kind of annoying about this level is just, like, how tight the corridors are in regards to the flood. Like, this level is supposedly the worst in regards to playing it on Legendary, and I can definitely see that. I don't know why I threw the sticky grenade there, it was kind of pointless. But anyway, yeah, that's the end of this part of the level. So yeah, I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 25 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, part 1 of the level keys, and I'll see you next time for more. Ta-ra.
We should be able to get into the ship's control room from here.
Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 26 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, part 2 of the level keys. And yes, we are back inside the ship after our little, excursion outside. Now, that is not, like, sometimes when I mentioned this before, when I'm recording the commentary for this, I will get a frame drop. It doesn't actually appear in the actual finished recording. It's just, I don't know what. It's something to do with the codec that these get recorded in, and it's all weird. This level, I can't remember if it was like this for the Truth and Reconciliation, but specifically for this level and no other level really, there's a lot of loading pauses. For whatever reason, and I don't know what it is. And if the Truth and Reconciliation was the same, well, obviously it's something to do with, like, the ship layout and all that, but yeah, I don't know. Also, I don't know if it's the same on, like, the PC version or the, you know, the original Xbox proper version of the game or the 360 version of Anniversary. I don't know if that's just a Master Chief Collection only thing, because I seem to remember that happening once on Halo Reach. It could just be an original Xbox One thing, and that's kind of an awkward thing to say, because obviously the original Xbox is a different system than the Xbox One. But I have a Series X now. So Halo 2, my voice is going. But yeah, Halo 2 Anniversary is getting recorded on my Series X. But I started this on my original Xbox One, so guess what? I'm going to finish this game on my original Xbox One. And that's what I've done. So yeah, Halo 2 Anniversary is going to be in 4K. So if you have a 4K monitor, especially one with HDR, because you can get 4K monitors without HDR, doesn't really matter. But you know, if you have a 4K monitor, I hope that you, or well, anything. If you have a 4K TV, if you have a 4K phone, whatever, I hope you enjoy the content in 4K. I mean, that's why I have a 4K 60 capture card. This bloody stupid hunter there is kind of annoying. This is also where you shouldn't go. I didn't go this way during my original playthrough of this. Before, I mentioned it in the last one, I had a slight issue with recording where I had to replay this level. I didn't go this way. This goes down, this is the wrong way. This is, I think, where we had to come up from when we did the, when we were on Truth and Reconciliation. I'm going to take a glass of water, because clearly my voice needs it. My throat's going. That doesn't make any sense, you know what I mean? My voice is going. And now I'm actually trying... This is such an annoying level. Like, well, it's so confusing to be on the Covenant ship. How the Covenant actually figure out where the hell they need to go, I don't know. I love how this battle is still going on. Like, these two, well, that elite just died, but like that flood and that elite just kept going that entire time. Because if you remember, that was happening when we, you know, first got here before I went down. Now maybe they despawned when they were further enough away. I don't know, but yeah. There was a bit of lag then. I don't know if that was actually like game lag or if that was like recording lag. I think it was recording lag or playback lag, I should say. And I don't know why I get playback lag. Like I said, I think it's something to do with the codec these are recorded in, because it's 480p. This, you know, this computer can handle games at 4K. It really shouldn't be having any of these issues, but it just does. The fact that that guy like reanimated was kind of annoying. I'll be honest. Thought I was done with that section, especially when I was out of ammo. But yeah, I can imagine just, well, that would have, if that blew me up, I would have been pissed off. I'm glad I noticed that. Like, as I said, I can imagine how annoying this level will be on Legendary, and if stuff like that happens, yeah. But yeah, we're almost getting to the section where, well, the final part of the level. So yeah, I have been RobtheMod. Thank you very much for watching part 26 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, part 2 of the level keys on the Xbox One. I will see you next time for more when we finish this level. I was just trying to hunt for a health pack here. And yeah, I will see you next time for more. Ta-ra. Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 27 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, part 3 of the level keys. And yeah, we're about to rescue the captain, if we can get into that room. There's just so many Covenant and Flood in this area, it's kind of ridiculous. I'll be honest. You think, oh, there's not that many, and then suddenly they all just come out that room where the captain's in, and you're just like, this is ridiculous. Thankfully, I had that shotgun to kill them, because I imagine if I didn't have the shotgun, I would have been screwed. And there's still going to be more that are going to come out of here. But yeah, as I said, this level on Legendary, I can imagine just being an absolute chore. I know it's an absolute chore. I've never done it, but I just know from being in the Halo community that this is just a ridiculous level on Legendary. People that do Legendary speedruns, by the way, I can't believe, like, I know there'll be skips and stuff, but yeah, that's just amazing to me. Anyway, we're going to go meet the captain. Oh.
No human life signs detected. The captain, he's one of them. We can't let the Flood get off this ring. You know what he'd expect. What he'd want us to do. It's done. I have the code. We should go.
Yeah, so that's a problem. Now, speaking of problems, getting out of this room, because if you go this way, there is a whole bunch of Covenant, as you can see. And if you go that way, there's a whole bunch of Flood. So my recommendation is hide, because they will fight each other. Now, you may have to do a little bit of fighting. If one of them spots you. But yeah, that is my recommendation. Hide, and then clean up the mess afterwards. I mean, that is pretty much the advice. That's especially the advice if you're playing on Heroic or... I mean, if you're playing on Heroic or Legendary, I'm sure you already know that, but that is pretty much the advice for this section of the level. It's literally just hide and just let them fight each other, because you're just going to need it. It's impossible. Like, it's kind of impossible to kill them all just by yourself on normal. Obviously, I don't know about easy, but yeah. Kind of impossible to do it on normal. So, I don't know why that door is open, to be honest. I mean, I do, but I think it's because it's where few enemies came from. But yeah, that really doesn't help. Just the fact that they just get flung right towards you, it's just... It gives you a lot of jump scares, and it's kind of awkward. Make sure to kill this elite over here, by the way, because he managed to kill me once. So I edited out a death there. That's my recommendation. I mean, obviously you want to kill all the enemies, but you know what I mean. Like, go for that one first. Now we have to get down to a Banshee, and I assume you're supposed to go down and just do it the long way. I didn't. I just jumped down here and I nicked a Banshee. So yeah, I've been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching part 27 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary Part 3 of Keys. I'll see you next time for more. Ta-ra.
It'll hold.
We're not gonna make it.
We'll make it.
Pull up! Pull up! You did that on purpose, didn't you?
Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 28 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, part 1 of the level The Maw. And if you're watching the original Combat Evolved playthrough, or Let's Play, whatever you want to call it, this would have been the finale, but you're not watching that, you're watching the anniversary one. So you've actually got 2 more episodes. The reason for that, by the way, is that in the original playthrough, basically, I started doing the commentary live, and I did the entire levels all as one. You know, the first 2 levels as one video, basically. Well, 2 videos, but you know what I mean. I did it as, like, each level is an individual video. I didn't split them like I do now. And basically, you know, it wasn't very good. I don't recommend watching it. It will always be on the channel, but yeah, I don't recommend watching the original Let's Play. Well, specifically those first 2 episodes. And basically, from Truth and Reconciliation onwards, I decided that I was going to record the footage, do the commentary afterwards, and split it. And that's how I've always done Halo. And yeah, I mean, that means that this, technically, well, there's no technically about it. It has more episodes than the original Let's Play, because I split Pillar of Autumn and I split Halo in this. Now, granted, it only gave 2 extra episodes, because those levels only have 2 parts. But, yeah. I mean, I could have combined them. I mean, I was kind of copying the original Let's Play when I did the prologue as part of 2 Betrayals, but yeah, it's just, in my mind, it makes sense just to have the 2 extra episodes in my mind. I don't know where I was going with this conversation, to be honest. I mean, we're gonna have these. I mean, here we go. We're gonna have these hunters fight the Flood here. It's kind of funny because I mentioned the Covenant will always like go for you, but like this hunter was really focused on that Flood spot. It was kind of funny. And then in this room, these are all Spec Ops Covenant, apparently. So they're the best of the best. And yet I single-handedly took them down. They've also, all the grunts have got bloody fusion. Are they not? They're not fusion rifles. What are they called? Fuel cannons, that's it. Also, I think one of them blew themselves up. And then there's actually another elite in here. He stuck me like twice and killed me. And then, obviously, that's why I kind of did that dodging move this time. It wasn't great. But we've actually got another cutscene coming up in a second. Once we get to the front of the bridge. So here we go.
I leave home for a few days and look what happens. This won't take long. There. That should give us enough time to make it to the lifeboat and put some distance between ourselves and Mira before detonation.
I'm afraid that's out of the question, really.
Oh, no.
Ridiculous! That you would imbue a warship's AI with such a wealth of knowledge? Weren't you worried it might be captured or destroyed?
He's in my data arrays, a local tab.
You can't imagine how exciting this is to have a record of all of our lost time. Human history, isn't it? Fascinating. Oh, how I will enjoy every moment of its categorization. To think that you would destroy this installation as well as this record. I am shocked. Almost too shocked for words.
Restart the self-destruct sequence.
Why do you continue to fight us, Reclaimer? You cannot win. Give us the construct, and I will endeavor to make your death relatively painless. And
At least I still have control over the comm channels.
Where is he?
I'm detecting taps throughout the ship. Sentinels, most likely. As for the monitor, he's in engineering. He must be trying to take the core offline. Even if I could get the countdown restarted, I don't know what to do.
How much firepower would you need to crack one of the engine shields?
Not much. A well-placed grenade, perhaps, but why? Okay, I'm coming with you. Chief, Sentinels!
So yes, 343 Guilty Spark is on this ship right now. He's trying to kill us with the Sentinels. You don't have to actually kill them, you can just run away from them. They won't actually follow you, which is kind of interesting. And yeah, we've got to get to engineering. And obviously, if you're unaware, this basically is the level Pillar of Autumn, but like obviously the ship is a lot more damaged, and you're going backwards through it. And you've got a weapon for parts where you didn't have a weapon. Right at the start of the game. I like how, well, I tried to record the opening section of this before, and the commentary didn't go very well. Because I was trying to think of like, for some reason I got sidetracked onto like PlayStation 3 shooters. For whatever reason, I don't know what it was. And I was like, oh, there's 3 PlayStation 3 exclusive franchises. There's Resistance, there's Killzone, and then there's something else. And I couldn't remember what the third one was. And I still don't know what it is, because I'm on a website that lists all the first-person shooters that are on the PlayStation 3. But then it's also listing stuff like Galgun, which is not a first-person shooter. That's a rail shooter. And it also it also said that Deadpool was one. That's not one. I'm trying to figure out what I'm thinking of. Maybe it doesn't exist and I've just always thought that there's a third series and there isn't. Yeah, there's Resistance. Maybe I've just always thought Wolfenstein was like a exclusive for some reason. yeah, I can't see what I would be thinking of as like Sony's third, you know, exclusive. Anyway, we are in the area where we started. You know, the cryo chamber. Now that is actually a terminal, so you need to be very careful when you're reloading here, because I accidentally did that. I pressed the reload button and I got access to the terminal, but then I died, so when I was fighting these floods, so actually it checkpointed me before this, so that's why you didn't see the terminal footage. Otherwise you would have. Yeah, it's just, the amount of flood now is just kind of ridiculously annoying. Now, weirdly, I actually don't think this is, I don't believe this is as hard on Legendary as Keys is. A lot of people say this is easier, which makes sense. Now, what is kind of annoying is actually trying to figure out where the hell you're supposed to go during sections of this level. I don't know what it is about ships in this game. Truth and Reconciliation, no idea where the hell I'm supposed to be going sometimes. And same on Keys, obviously, because it's the same level. I feel like right at the start of this game, when I was on, you know, when I was doing Pillar of Autumn, I was kind of confused on where the hell I was supposed to be going. I think I'm supposed to take like an access shaft or something. That's on the right there. And I keep missing it, because it's very small and you can't actually see it. I guess it's where these flood are coming out of. I don't know. Like, in my mind, I was kind of thinking, yeah, there it is. No, that's not even it. So, where am I supposed to be going? I've actually managed to forget. That's not it. You can watch me try and figure it out. Because obviously it's not this way. Wouldn't make any sense. Although then again, Keys had that section where we could go the wrong way. At first I was kind of thinking, do I have to kill all the enemies to actually progress? And I think that's, yeah, I think that's what you had to do. I think you had to kill all the enemies to get that door to open. And then we're kind of in these, you know, maintenance tunnels. And then we had that grunt that just didn't give a shit about me. Like, I'm actually surprised. I suppose it was running away from that flood, but yeah, it was just kind of funny. Like, he wasn't even trying to attack me. Then I've gone into a corner that's kind of completely pointless. Yeah, you just gotta try and figure out where exactly you go. I didn't want to deal with those hunters. I mean, I know I threw the sticky grenade there, but I was like, as soon as they go for me, they're gonna go for me. So I just went away and went round the long way. And you can't go that way. So you have to go out through this way. But yeah, I have been RobtheMod. Thank you very much for watching part 28 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. Part 1 of the level, The More. And I will see you next time for more. Ta-ra. Hello everyone, I'm RobtheMod. Welcome to part 29 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One. Part 2 of the level, The More. The reason why I was laughing a little bit there is because I tried doing the intro and I managed to like somehow not say Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. Like, I managed to, it just came out as a jumble of words and I don't understand how I was gonna like do it, and I was like, I gotta do that again. It's gonna be, I can't have the video start like that. That's just awful. So yeah, I'm still laughing about it. So I guess I tripped over my own tongue as I was trying to speak. I said the intro too fast. This section is kind of annoying, I'll be honest. What's really annoying is she says that, oh, you need like ammo. You need like a rocket launcher. You know, you can go out and you can get a rocket launcher. There's a what's it called? There's a armory. I don't know where this armory is. I'll be honest. I looked. I couldn't see it. I think this one's the easiest one to throw in. Also, sticky grenades don't do anything. At least they didn't seem to for me. I mean, yeah, look. Doesn't do anything. At this point, I was kind of like, this is going to be a long one, isn't it? And then I threw like an actual grenade in there. And it worked. Who would have guessed? Yeah, I don't know where the rocket launcher and stuff is. I'll have to look that up, but I assume it will be in this room somewhere, and I just couldn't find it. Maybe it's in the room, like, outside where we came in. But then again, this area is just so awkward to, like, it's such a huge room, and you have no idea where you came from, that it's kind of like, at least I don't know where I came from in this room, that, like, I'm kind of like, I'm confused already. What really doesn't help us, there's two ways, unless it's like down in this, like down there, like we're on top of it. I don't know. Perhaps that's what it is. I don't know. But what doesn't help is you've got like this way of coming up, which is like the correct way. And then on the other side, you've got another way of coming up, where you can't get onto the third level. You have to kind of do a jump. And I tried the jump, and it kind of worked, but you didn't see it because then I died soon afterwards. And every other time I tried to do it, it just didn't work. I mean, that didn't help. That opened up, and then I got stuck down there, and I had to try and throw a grenade this angle in there. Can't believe this actually worked. Actually, no, that shot didn't work, but this final shot does, which I'm actually surprised at. Well, I say final shot, I actually picked up a grenade there, I didn't actually realise. There we go, that shot works. Yeah, you just have to kind of get lucky with this section, it's kind of annoying. And the amount of enemies that just, because they just continually spawn in once you destroy each area, it just makes it kind of really annoying to deal with. And every single time you've got to get up to the third floor to do it, and it's just, please game, stop. Yeah, I think this is where the other entrance is. Yeah, it is. So this is the completely stupid way of going up because it doesn't work. You can kind of see where that jump is, but I've said before, first person platforming, do not like. Don't like it in Doom Eternal, don't like it in this game, especially when you're being shot at. You just, it's like, no. I would have probably been able to make that if I hadn't been shot at, but no. And then I fell. And I was like, screw this, I'm just going to go up the other way. So that's what I did. I don't know why I had such trouble there aiming and, you know, hitting him. And I'm trying to figure out where the actual entrance is, and this room is just way too... I know why it's way too big, but it's just kind of ridiculous. I mean, this is meant to be the engine for the ship. I mean, is that where the armory is? I saw a door down there. I didn't spot when I was actually playing. But yeah, here we go. This is the correct way up. That actually takes you, you know, up to the third floor. Still got to deal with so many flood. Now, I think you can also make that jump, but not really, so I didn't bother past that. What also really doesn't help is these other two are on the other side, which is where that terrible entrance is. That doesn't really work. Yeah, we can get access here. that grenade kind of... Well, I don't know why that didn't work. I don't know if there's something like in there where the grenade has to blow it up. I assume that makes sense. Like, logically, like for how the game works, but I don't know. That grenade throw is actually quite impressive, though, in my opinion, anyway. I know there'll be people that can pull that off consistently, but in my opinion, that was quite good.
That did it. The engine's gone critical. Based on the current rate of decay.
Apparently, we have 15 minutes to get off the ship. Not really, but yeah, that's apparently how long we have.
Accessing schematics. There's a service lift at the top of the engine room. It leads to a Class 7 service corridor.
Also, I love how I just shot 343 Guilty Spark there. I didn't actually know he was on this level, to be honest. Also, the fact is we have to get onto the 3rd floor again. I mean, it'd be really nice if the game told you that information before I jumped off the edge, but alas, I did not. And therefore, again, I kept getting shot at here, and I couldn't make it. And I was just like, I'm going the other way. Screw it. To be fair, I should have known, but still really dumb. I kind of wish both sides had the same, like, entry point, if you know what I mean. Yeah, here we go. We found the correct entrance. We're going up. Making sure we're not killed. And then finally we're on the 3rd floor again. And we've got to go through this door. And make our way to an elevator shaft. Now, when we get to the elevator, there are going to be some enemies. Make sure you actually, you know, kill them. Because I just expected the elevator to come the first time. I didn't actually realise the enemies were there, and I ended up dying. Also, I do love how I think I hit one of the grunts with the grenade and he just bounced back. If you missed that, I would recommend, you know, rewinding and watching that. I also think that, no, you don't have to press the button, okay. And then, this is like the end of the level, so, or the end of this section, I should say, so, yeah. I have been RobtheMod. Thank you very much for watching part 29 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary on the Xbox One, part 2 of the level The More, and you can stay tuned for more The More. Yeah, ta-ra. Hello everyone, I am RobtheMod. Welcome to part 29 of Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, part 3 of the level The More, and the finale of the series. And if you're unaware, Halo has vehicle driving sections, and typically the ending of a Halo game, I mean spoilers, but you're here, so yeah, typically the final section, at least in Halo 1 and Halo 3, I can't actually remember Halo 2's, but they involve a vehicle, and Halo 4 has the ship flying section, I remember that, and then Halo Infinite has something, but yeah, basically Halo 1 and 3 have this section where you drive a Warthog, and the Warthog in this game is not great. I'll be honest, it handles terribly. All vehicles in this game handle terribly, actually. That is certainly something they improved on. Because we have a timer, and we have to get, you know, 2 kilometers away. And judging by the way that I'm driving, that may not actually be happening. Especially when you have to drive through areas. I mean, I don't know why we have these weird tunnels where they go down and up, and then these rooms vaguely make a bit of sense. They don't really, but I guess these are meant to be air shafts and stuff like that, but yeah, I kind of wanted to go through there, and then that kind of blocked me, and I was like, this is the most stupidest design level. ever for, like, you're supposed to be driving really quickly, and then what's the game do? Have you slow down and have to do really precise steering movements on a vehicle that just handles awfully. Because obviously this doesn't have like video game, racing game controls. You're just controlling it with the the left stick. But you're controlling both the steering and the acceleration with that stick. So the Warthog has never really been, well, any vehicle in Halo has never really been the easiest thing to control. They certainly improved the accuracy of the controls in later games. I'll give them that. But yeah, they've not. In this, it's not amazing. I mean, why do they have these jumps that are just go straight? I mean, I suppose I'm not going fast enough, but you're not gonna go fast enough for the jumps. If you miss the first one, really, you're not gonna make it. Also, why have they bothered setting up that turret there? That's kind of a pointless place to put the turret. I'll be honest. And then the vehicle spins around, and it's just, yeah, we're almost to the destination, to be fair.
Wait, stop. This is where Fohammer is coming to pick us up. Hold position here.
Cortana to Echo 419. 2 Covenant Banshees are approaching on your 6. Evade. Say again, evade.
Yeah, she crashes. So we have to continue on, and yes, we still have a little bit of time, thankfully. Yeah, we've got to make our way to a longsword fighter. Now, you do actually see her crash if you wait long enough, but I decided to get a move on, because I may need it due to the way that the Warthog handles. So, sorry, Fohammer, you've been very, very helpful throughout the story, but I couldn't witness your death. Actually, I'm trying to remember, do you actually see her? I think you see her crash. I'm not sure, actually, now that I think about it. Or if it happens, like, off-screen, like, round the corner. I mean, we'll never know from mine, will we? Because I drove away. This is one way you can very easily miss this jump, if you're not going fast enough. Doesn't help that, like, you know, you land it and then fall out of it. Yeah, it's... They certainly improved this with Halo 3, the Warthog run during that game. But we're almost to our second destination. So, yeah, I have been RobtheMod. Thanks for watching Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary Part 29 on the Xbox One. Part 3 of the level, the more, the finale of the game. Have I enjoyed it? Yes, I have. I still think Halo 3 is probably the best out of the original trilogy, but yeah, because I would normally do this, but there's no credits because it's the Master Chief Collection version. So yeah, ta-ra!
We're cutting it close.
Here we go.
Come here, you mother... This is it, baby.
Shut them down. We'll need them later. Fancy a look?
Did anyone else make it?
Scanning. Just dust and echoes. We're all that's left. We did what we had to do for Earth. An entire Covenant armada obliterated, and the Flood. We had no choice. Halo, it's finished.
No. I think we're just getting started.